Go. Go. Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी I'm 16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ and you thought you knocked me out ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਜੋ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਐਡਾ ਸੌਖਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਹਰਾਣਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ 10 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਜ਼ਮਾਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਿਖਣ ਦਾ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਿਆ ਮੈਂ PUBG ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਚਾਹਤਾ ਲਿਖਾਂਗਾ ਨੇ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਖਿਆਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵੈਗ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਮੈਂ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਕਦੀ ਫਲੈਕਸ ਕੁਝ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਬੈਕੀ ਐ ਪਰ ਸ਼ੂਟ ਕਿਤੇ like I'm falling on the floor ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਬਵ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਾਲੀ
ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਮਾਰੇ ਕੁੜੀ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਮਾਰੇ ਕੁੜੀ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਮਾਰੇ ਕੁੜੀ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਮਾਰੇ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ
Game over.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मेरा नाम है अली अब्दुल्ला और मैं होस्ट करने के लिए जा रहा हूँ PMPL पाकिस्तान PUBG मोबाइल प्रो लीग पाकिस्तान। भाई ये एक बड़ा लंबा सा नाम है बट लेकिन अगर IPL हो सकता है, PSL हो सकता है, तो ये भी हो सकता है भाई। और हमारे इसमें 20 टीम्स जो हैं वो बेसिकली कम्पीट कर रही हैं, उसमें से 3 हमारे साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। हम उनसे बात करेंगे और उनसे पूछेंगे भाई क्या सीन्स हैं। तो हमारे साथ आज मौजूद हैं R3D बॉयज़। R3D
ये नाम ये आप कह सकते हैं कि रियल 3 डायमेंशंस, लेकिन हमने ये नाम बाद में आके इसका मतलब निकाला था।
अच्छा, जब रखा था तो इस बार ये रैंडम था?
रैंडम था, बिल्कुल रैंडम था।
ठीक है।
मतलब कि आप इसे रेड कह सकते हैं, हमने इसे एज अ रेड रखा था। लेकिन फिर हमने इसे थोड़ा मतलब कि स्टाइल बनाने के लिए ना अपनी तरफ से तो हमने इसका 3 डाल दिया।
हाँ,
तो
लोग नाम बोलने में अच्छा लग रहा है,
तो नाम से लोग इसे बोलने लगे R3D, तो रेड के बजाय R3D हो गया, तो तब से ये R3D है। लेकिन बाद में हमने इसका मतलब निकाला तो रियल 3 डायमेंशंस समझ में लगा, तो हमने कहा चलो ये सही है।
अच्छा, तो यार हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं आज मिस्टर शॉ एंड मिस्टर पीकू पाकीचू। ये क्या, इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? पिकाचू पाकीचू मतलब कि
एक नॉर्मल यानी कि पोकेमोन है, पहले गेम होती थी पिकाचू।
तो मेरे ख्याल में लोगों ने पहले कहा तो होगा कि आपका थोड़ा सा एक सीन है पोकेमोन के साथ।
नहीं, मैं असल में पहले यानी कि गेम थी PUBG से पहले मैं ऐसी रैंडम ही छोटी मोटी खेलता था, तो उसी के दौर पे मैंने स्टार्ट किया था कि मैंने बस नाम रख दिया था ऐसे ही एवी होते हैं ना, फर्स्ट टाइम आपको गेम खेलते हैं एवी बस नाम रख दिया,
रैंडम नाम।
हाँ रैंडम, मैंने पिकाचू रख दिया था,
पिकाचू।
फिर उसी से यानी कि आगे वही नाम आगे चलता गया, वो
अब यही नाम
उड़ गया मशहूर मेंबर।
निका नाम में आपका क्या नाम होगा?
वो तो मेरा अपना रियल नाम होगा ना, मोहम्मद वसीफ भट्ट।
अच्छा, तो यार आप लोग किसको एज अ थ्रेट देख रहे हो जिसमें जो टीम्स जा रही हैं? आप लोगों को क्या लग रहा है कौन जिसको आप यूं करके फाइनल कर दोगे और कौन है यार जो हलक की हड्डी बनेगा?
एक तो I8 है,
ठीक है, ये कहाँ के बॉयज़
उनकी डोमिनेटिंग परफॉर्मेंस है लास्ट ईयर जितने भी टूर्नामेंट्स हुए हैं तकरीबन वो हर किसी में जीते हैं या हर किसी में रनर अप्स रहे हैं। और दूसरी टीम बबलू है और तीसरी टीम QWERTY है।
अच्छा यार शॉ, मतलब कि रोस्टर भी हर आजकल गेम के बाद टूर्नामेंट के बाद चेंज हो रहे हैं, है ना? तो गेम के बाद चेंज हो रहे हैं, टूर्नामेंट के बाद चेंज हो रहे हैं?
टूर्नामेंट के बाद चेंज हुआ एक्चुअली।
तो यार ये क्या है, ये प्रैक्टिस अच्छी है बुरी है, क्या है इसका फ़ायदा है आपको? ये हेल्प आउट कर रहा है या एक सरप्राइज एलिमेंट रहता है इसके ऊपर, क्या है इसके ऊपर?
असल में जो प्रीवियस टूर्नामेंट्स हमारे होते हैं तो उसके अंदर भी हमारी यही कोशिश होती है कि हम अच्छे से अच्छा प्लेयर लें और टीम अच्छे से अच्छा परफॉर्म करे। लेकिन अब कुछ प्लेयर्स की मतलब कि सिनर्जी हमारे साथ नहीं बन पाती और हमारी भी उनके साथ नहीं बन पाती, तो हमें फिर ये करना पड़ता है कि प्लेयर्स चेंज करने पड़ते हैं। इसकी वजह से हमने प्रीवियस 2-3 टूर्नामेंट्स में भी प्लेयर लगातार चेंज किए थे। तो इस दफ़ा हमने जो प्लेयर्स लिए हैं तो हमें उम्मीद है कि हम इनके साथ आगे टिके रहेंगे, सिनर्जी वगैरह हम बना रहे हैं। हाँ।
अच्छा, एक सवाल बड़ा, आप लोग पहले भी साथ खेल चुके हैं? हाँ जी। टूर्नामेंट्स खेल चुके हैं या वैसे कोई इंटरनल टूर्नामेंट्स खेलें, कैसे मतलब कि क्या सीन हुआ?
वैसे भी खेल चुके हैं लेकिन
किस कॉम्बिनेशन के साथ जिसका आप अभी जा रहे हैं?
मतलब कि टीम्स तो पहले हमारी डिफरेंट थी ना।
सही है।
तो एक होती हैं स्कीम्स होती हैं, प्रैक्टिस स्कीम्स होती हैं, तो हम वो खेल लेते थे हम, क्योंकि पहले दोस्त भी हैं।
सही
तो
है।
हम वो
कसम से?
हाँ, तो हम वो भी खेल लेते थे प्रैक्टिस गेम्स।
शायद घर पे क्या सीन है जब आप लोग ये प्राइज़ मनी लेके जाते हैं तो अम्मी अब्बू का पर्सपेक्टिव कुछ बदला, कुछ लोगों का बदला मोहल्ले के अंदर, ख़ानदान वालों में? क्योंकि जो बच्चे गेम्स खेल रहे होते हैं, मेरी खान से बात हो रही थी तो उसने बताया कि लोग कहते हैं यार आपका ये बच्चा तो गया आज से।
उसके बाद बिल्कुल
और फिर वही बच्चा जो है सबसे आगे आ जाता है। और बहुत सारे PUBG प्लेयर्स को देखा है
बाद में जो बातें बोल रहे थे ना उन्हीं के बच्चे निकलते हैं फैन। कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है, फिर उन्हीं के बच्चे निकलते
सीने में
हैं।
ठंड सी पड़ जाती है ना ये सब देख
वो
के।
खुशी होती है वो एक कि यानी कि ये बंदा फलाना कुछ दिन पहले ये बोला था, अब ये बोलता है कि मेरे बेटे से मिलो या बेटी
क्या बेटी से मिल लो, ये हो रहा है?
होता है।
नहीं गाइस, आप लोग एक बड़ा एक अमेजिंग एक यूनिक किस्म का काम कर रहे हो यार, और पर्सपेक्टिव बदल रहे हो, चीज़ें बदल रहे हैं। एक वो जो बात होती थी कि पहले लड़के 3 काम करते थे तो वही कामयाब होते थे, मतलब कि डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, पायलट या फिर सीए कर लो, ACCA कर लो। जबकि दुनिया बहुत बड़ी है, फील्ड्स बहुत सारी हैं, आप कोई भी चीज़ अगर आप उसको अच्छे तरीके से कर रहे हो और परफेक्शन के ऊपर कर रहे हो तो वाई नॉट यार। तो यार आप लोगों के भी मतलब क्या है, अब कोई मैसेज वगैरह आप देना चाहेंगे? मतलब इसको हम मुख्तलिफ एंगल से बात कर चुके हैं बार बार, कि यार इन लोगों के बारे में कोई मैसेज आप कोई दोगे उनको कि यार कि क्या करना है, क्या किस तरह से करना है, क्या करना है? भाई इतनी बड़ी फैन फॉलोइंग है यार, कितनी है फैन फॉलोइंग तुम्हारी?
मेरी इंस्टाग्राम पे 57,000 है। और
इंस्टा के ऊपर फैन फॉलोइंग बढ़ाना शौब भाई बड़ा एक मुश्किल काम है, ठीक है। रोजाना आपको स्टोरीज अपडेट करनी पड़ती हैं, अपनी ज़िंदगी को आपको बिल्कुल इनके सामने रखना पड़ता है।
वो वाली रोज वाली नहीं है कि आप क्या खा रहे, ये वाली ऐसी
ये नहीं कर
रोज
रहे
की
आप।
नहीं।
गाइस मैं सुबह उठ चुका हूँ,
ये नहीं,
देखिए
ये
मैं
पार्टी
कब
हो रही है,
उठा।
ये वाले सीन नहीं है।
अच्छा,
बस जो गेम प्ले वो दिखाते हैं, गेम प्ले देखते हैं, जो जिनको पसंद आता है वो फिर ऐसे ऐसे गेन होती जाती है फैन फॉलोइंग।
तो आपकी फैन फॉलोइंग कहाँ की ज़्यादा?
मेरी ज़्यादातर इंस्टाग्राम की भी है।
नहीं वो जो ऑडियंस में
ऑडियंस सबसे ज़्यादा यानी कि है कराची, इस्लामाबाद, यानी कि
पाकिस्तान
पिंडी,
based
पाकिस्तान में सबसे ज़्यादा है। पाकिस्तान में ही है, लेकिन कुछ शहर जैसे कराची, इस्लामाबाद की ज़्यादा है।
अच्छा, कोई इंटरनेशनली आप लोगों को लोग देखते हैं, मतलब कि कोई बाहर से कभी कोई किसी ने बोला हो कि यार कि क्या सीन है आप लोग, बड़ा सीन आप लोगों ने चुप के रखा हुआ है, कुछ टाइप की बातें?
कुछ प्लेयर होते हैं जो यानी कि आपकी गेम प्ले मोन्टाज प्ले देख लेते तो अच्छी लगती है तो तारीफ कर देते हैं।
तो अपने कोई यार ऐसी किसी बंदे ने कोई कॉम्प्लीमेंट दिया हो कि यार जिसको आपने सोचा हो कि यार ये भाई ये बोल रहा है?
मतलब कि जब कोई तारीफ़ करता है ना, फिर तो वाकई में दिल में लड्डू फूटते हैं।
सही है,
थोड़ी देर के लिए, लेकिन फिर वो जब मैंने एक दफ़ा ना मेरे साथ ये वाला वाक़या हुआ था कि बंदे ने ना मुझे कोई 1 महीना पहले मैंने ना कोई स्टोरी अपडेट की थी, मैंने एक बंदा नॉक किया था, तो उसका यार वाह भाई क्या कमाल नॉक दिया है। अच्छा, तो उसके 2 महीने बाद हमारा कोई टूर्नामेंट आया, उसके अंदर हमारी ना कोई डाउन परफॉर्मेंस है, उसी बंदे का नीचे मैसेज आया हुआ है, अबे जा जाके अपना काम कर, खेलना ही नहीं आता ये वो। इस तरह की ना मतलब
ये क्या है, मतलब कि अभी 2 अच्छे जुमले फिर 3 दिन बाद बुरे जुमले, ये तो गर्लफ्रेंड होगी बिल्कुल। ये ख़वातीन का भी तो यही है यार। तो बट बहरहाल तो यानी कि यार कोई ओवरऑल फिर भी एक मैसेज तो देना पड़ेगा, ये रस्मी कार्रवाई हमें करनी पड़ेगी यार।
मेरा फैंस का यही साथ है PMPL की, मैं परफॉर्मेंस इंशाल्लाह अच्छी रहेगी तो नीचे बस स्पैम होना चाहिए, बस और कुछ नहीं।
अमेजिंग। शो आप कोई ऐसा कोई मैसेज वगैरह यार ये वो?
मैं ये मैसेज देना चाहूँगा कि जो प्रीवियस हमारे टूर्नामेंट्स में हमसे हुई है मिस्टेक्स, उसके लिए माजरत। तो अब ज़रा आने वाले टूर्नामेंट्स का दुआ करें कि हम अच्छा परफॉर्म कर लें, हम भी अपना बेस्ट दे रहे हैं।
बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोगों से बात करके यार। आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट यार, आप लोग बहुत अच्छा करो, बहुत क्रेजी करो, क़यामत कर दो। और अगर जीतो तो यार कुछ खाने वाना से बुलाना हमें भी यार।
ये कौन है यार, छोड़ो यार, कोई है कौन?
भाई कोई इनको सपोर्ट नहीं करते यार, ये नहीं बदल रहे, नहीं आ रहे मेरे साथ नहीं दे रहे यार ये लोग, ठीक है।
हम फिर भी करेंगे, वो हमें देखेंगे, वो आपको नहीं देखेंगे, वो फिर भी सपोर्ट करेंगे। पिका फैमिली सपोर्ट करेगी।
चलो, यानी कि सॉलिड फैंस हैं आपके पास, इससे ये चीज़ सामने आती है।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हैं काफ़ी।
तो बस सही है, सीन ऑन है भाई। आई विश ऑल द बेस्ट या वंस अगेन, बहुत अच्छा खेलें, बहुत अमेजिंग करें, काम चुक के रखें सर,
चुक के नहीं दब के रखना।
तो यार ये थी हमारी कॉन्वर्सेशन विद बॉयज़। टीम R3D के साथ हमने बातें की, बहुत मज़ा आया, बड़ी यूनिक इंसाइट्स हमें पता चली, PUBG मोबाइल के बारे में बड़ी अनोखी मज़े की बातें पता चली। मुझे गेमिंग का इतना आइडिया नहीं था, तो मेरे लिए तो लर्निंग का एक बड़ा सीन था, ख़ास तौर पे कैश वाले मामला में बॉयज़ की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजीज़, असलहा कहाँ से लेना है, क्या करना है, क्या कुछ होगा। तो यार मुझे तो बहुत मज़ा आया। तो यार आप लोग जो है जो PUBG मोबाइल है इसके साथ को खेलते रहिए, देखते रहिए, जुड़े रहिए यार, ये सब बातें अब करनी पड़ेंगी क्योंकि इन्हीं सब बातों से तो हम यहाँ तक पहुँचें। तो मिलते हैं फिर अगली एपिसोड्स में और अगले सीज़न के अंदर।
battlegrounds are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time to enter the dawn of new champions. Let the action begin.
Finally, the moment has dawned upon us. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. As we begin the show, a huge shout out to Oppo, who are our official smartphone sponsors of PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And joining along with me for the first game would be, of course, Blotter. So we've finally gotten through that league phase where we had to say bye to 4 of our teams. I mean, that was definitely not a goodbye. That is something that these teams would not have wanted, especially when you're Quraysh Esports, when you do have the same points, but still not being able to qualify. That would definitely hurt. But here we are, fresh Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend where points really matter. How excited are you for it?
Dude, definitely super duper eloped I am for the matches that are going to happen right now, because again, I mean, 5 matches will take place throughout the day, but every single game we are looking at it all from a blank slate, clean slate basically, right? Because throughout the league play days, they were trying to be a part of the Super Weekend itself, and now that they are part of the Super Weekend, the only thing that matters is to be able to get that smacker of a performance for themselves, so as to be able to, you know, get that top of the totem pole position as early as possible.
Of course, and you know, once again, for all the new viewers out there who've just tuned in lately, if you do not know how the format goes around, we did have our league play days where we got our top 16 teams, and now they're going to be fighting it out in the Super Weekend, which is going to be spanning for the next 3 days, including today, of course. And now we've got to talk about this, right? This is where the points really matter, because as many points you can accrue in the Super Weekends, it sort of eventually helps you out to qualify for the finals, which you can clearly see. It's going to be held from the 15th to 17th of April, right? So you've got to be prepared. So do not forget to book your calendars for the same. But talking about the teams that we have, we've seen a few teams, you know, the big names, the big guns coming in, and did not have quite an interesting outing, quite the outing that they would have wanted to have. But this is what we're talking about. A lot of money on the line. $100,000 is what we're talking about, Lakshay.
Exactly, dude, and that $100,000 is going to be very, very crucial for all of these teams. And once again, I mean, every single team, you know, that is going to be able to participate in the Super Weekend into the top 16 itself will be able to walk away with certain amount of lump sum money. But on the other front, when it comes down to the Super Weekend matches itself, look at that wonderful thing, the 88,000. That is going to be crucial amount for the lads who are going to be able to just completely dominate against the lobby.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, we're talking about a whopping 1 crore and 76 lakhs on the line. And, you know, if that's not impressive, I do not know what is at this point right now. But talking about points, let's take a look at the point structure. How are you going to get there? It's pretty much standard, right? Nothing is clearly changed. The first position receiving 15 points. So you've got to make sure you're at least in those top 5 to accrue enough points that really matter to you. Because from 13 to 16, you basically get nothing, and from 8 to 12 you just get that 1 point, which really hurts. Now even if you get 7, you're getting 2 points. Now, as we've seen how the lobby has been paced, right, we're looking at fights, we're looking at even the 16 teams, all the 16 teams being alive till the 4th circle that has been ending. So you can completely understand how intensified the lobbies are towards the very end. But let's take a look at the squad rosters, the squads that have made it to the first Super Weekend. As we start off with SALTxi8, then we do have Quantum Rage, QWERTY Esports, and 52x Rage Esports. Now, out of these 4, I think Quantum Rage and QWERTY Esports, these are the 2 teams that have impressed us a lot, including SALTxi8, who had their fair share of good moments. But again, the expectations that we have from the boys were clearly not delivered. But maybe they might be hiding a lot for tonight. But you take a look at 52x Rage Esports. I think they've been one of the most entertaining team that you can say. They've done a lot of ludicrous things. They've tried out multiple rotations. They've tried out multiple ways of engaging into fights. Some have really worked out, some have really hurt them right back at the face. But today it all comes down to the fact that how are they going to start off with the first game?
You know, Fixes, to sum up that one final sentence that you did just mention, I have one moment from the League Play days that was from the side of 52x Rage Esports' player Pain. As we remember that match, where we did have at least 3 to 4 teams stuck in the water, and 52x Rage's Pain was the only one to reach the shorelines, to reach the beach, smoke so that the opponents don't get him, and then he's able to then get all of those elimination points for himself. So that was just a wonderful moment to witness during the League Play days. But once again, as he so perfectly mentioned, as the journey progresses on through to the Super Weekend itself, this being just day number 1, match number 1 that's going to go live, these teams are going to be starting from scratch, and whatever has happened will remain in the past, because now it's a fresh start. The points are going to be absolutely zero, and this is where the points are going to make that big of a difference compared to the League Play days.
I mean, now that you're talking about, the teams in front of us, I think Freestyle had been one of those names that we definitely need to talk about. We'll get there in just a little bit, because we've got 4 more teams over here. Team Star just edging their way courtesy to that final game. They somehow have managed to pull it through, right? Getting those 6 position points and 5 kills, making sure they equalize their numbers with Quraysh Esports, and hence on, move on to the first Super Weekend. But as we go take a look at the other teams, Grounders, QWERTY, clearly a few of the teams that I'm really looking out for. FMxR3D again, one of the promising teams, but we still do have a few set of really good teams that have shown up on a very huge scale. That has to be Magnus Esports and Regicides from around here. 3x Esports has sort of been a hit and miss, like you have been telling, because you did cast them during the qualifiers. And 4VTFT, well, I mean, they've had their fair share of laughter, but mostly they could have done way better.
They certainly could have, but again, I mean, if we take that conversation down to 3x 4v compared to the 4vd conversation that we were having, right? I mean, 3x Esports, the way that they were able to start the League Play days was definitely against them. But then once they had a good game, that is where the comeback story kind of was hitting along with the sides. And that was not only it, because they also realized that we are actually running out of opportunities. And with just 3 games remaining, the team definitely picked up their shores and just completely YOLO'd it through and through. And thus we found themselves at the 12th position as they qualified for this Super Weekend. So once again, a hit and miss strategy is being showcased from the side of 3x, as was the case in the qualifiers as well. But whatever the case it be, I mean, this is something that we've discussed earlier as well. However you reach the end destination, the end destination is to be a part of the Super Weekend, to be able to participate and be in the top 5 or the number 1 position on the overall storyboard itself. So no matter how you do it, as long as you're here, this is what will matter. So that's where I'll leave 3x's conversation, because I want to see what sort of a play style are they going to be bringing, and how different is that approach going to be compared to the League Play days that they had.
I think clearly shows that they've not been comfortable in adjusting or adapting to how the lobby standards go, because it's their first time at such a huge stage. But it's inevitable to happen. You are gonna feel those nerves, but we have seen those moments of brilliance where in individual fights like this, Cronus did not panic at all. And I think from this moment onwards, we could see that rise in their game. But that little huge tip on their seismograph that we witnessed earlier did come out from this game, particularly the way they were playing, right? Finally, giving them a sigh of relief, right? Because now before this, they were under so much pressure, and this game sort of eased it off a little bit, to be honest. And this is what I was talking about, right? The 7th game, they hit that 30-point bomb out there. But more than that, Lakshay, more than that, I mean, today, I would always urge them to have sort of a really slow start, take things very chill, wait for the circle, play a central meta, do not try anything out of the box. First, once you have a solid footing, that is when they can really afford to take the risk, because mechanically, Lakshay, I think they are very well gifted. They've got some amazing players out there. Yeah, you have a point.
No, just wanted to add on that, whatever you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of those points can definitely be pushed on, not only for TX, but also for SALTxi8 as well. I mean, SALTxi8 again being one of those teams that ought to have performed a lot better than they did. I mean, everything that you just so perfectly mentioned for 3x, if Salt also participates in, SALTxi8 can definitely get themselves all the way to the top. considering if they listen to you, of course.
No, I mean it's a different storyline with SALTxi8. It will definitely get back to that, but right now we do have Team Star in front of us, the team that barely just scraping their way through that top 16 in the final game. Had they not gotten those 5 kills, I do not think that they would have been with us in this first super weekend, right? It was the final day where they finally got back to their senses. They had some decent performances, getting a 3rd position finish. They got a 4th position finish right after. So I think they coped up with pressure really well. Now taking a look at the performance seismograph that we do have, it's the 5th game where they went absolutely bonkers, right? It's the 5th and the 6th game, if I am not wrong. I've got to take a quick look at that. It's the 6th and 7th game rather, Lakshay. So in the 6th game they got a 3rd position, and in the 7th they managed a 4th. The 3rd position game came with 5 kills, and the 4th game with 2 kills. So clearly understanding that this team likes to play it safe. They like to play it zone to zone. They're not one of those boys who who just puts a blindfold on their eyes and just goes rushing in and takes down any single team out there. Very solid competitor, but clearly they need a very good start here.
They definitely do, and considering the way the graph is being showcased, not only for this team but for the previous team as well, it is just the start of the league altogether itself. So the first league play days itself, a few of these teams, they definitely found it really hard to find their footholding, and that is where we do see the likes of course, Quraysh Esports, that was just in the crosshairs of Team Star, but not able to stand true to the meta that we've known them to be able to do. Same can be said for XGeneration on the other front for side of Team Star. They did not really have all the games working for their side, and as so perfectly mentioned by you, had they not been able to get the kind of gameplay that was required in this final game, then things would have been definitely ruined for them. Osama, we saw the dude who was absolutely optimal for the team to be able to survive for that long, and in doing so, he definitely pushed on that envelope for the team to participate in the Super Weekend.
But now we've got some very interesting prospects right here. One of them who is completely new, who has absolutely bamboozled everyone. I'm talking about Wasi, ladies and gentlemen, who stacked up against 420 Boy. Now 420 Boy was the new boy in town in the last season, right? He came in, he was the one who was one of the important reasons why Clarity have been brought back to life, right? Because when they were Clarity Pablo, if you remember, they had their very flat downfall phase where they were suddenly getting off the scene, right? Ever since 420 Boy came in, he changed the dynamics of that whole team. He brought in that extra oomph factor, which is so crucial these days. And even with Wasi, the way he's been performing, I think nothing short of brilliant gameplay is what I can say. Entering in his first PMPL, and this lad has been looking so comfortable. He's been looking so confident, and I think of course individually he's really good. He's been having his fair share of limelight, but I think it comes down to how well synchronized the entire team is.
Yes, definitely, and that is the point that I just wanted to raise as well. When it comes down to the playstyle that is being showcased from the side of FS as well as Clarity, it is the synergistic play that has definitely been worked upon compared to the previous tournaments that have seen them and casted them across. It is the most important thing when it comes down to this game. On the battleground, you want to be able to have clear-cut communications and not have that sort of an egoistic play being showcased that I want to get the better half of the elimination points, because in the end, it's a team that will push on forth, and that envelope definitely has been fixed from the side of Freestyle as well as Clarity, as can be clearly stated from the way they graduated or moved on into the Super Weekend itself, with Freestyle being on the first and of course Clarity on the second with 111 and 97 points respectively for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you take a look at Freestyle, right, they did end up with 111 points just out of 8 games. You can clearly imagine how dominating they have been. I think quite mostly pertaining to the first day domination that they had. But second day, we just saw that one game where they managed to bag 19 freaking kills. And apart from them, it was a little bit of a loose affair, but it's still okay, right? As long as you're getting so many points, you can make those moves, right? But taking a look at the schedule schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we're gonna get to see some of those Sanhok actions just in match number 4. I do not know what's happening in this region in regards to Sanhok. The first time we're gonna have it played out in the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022. But like always, you know, it has sort of been a tradition, a custom, whatever you sort of call it. We start off with Erangel, and we tend to end our day with Erangel, which is also going to be the case today. So we've got 3 Erangel. So teams have to be really good at their Erangel game, just that one Miramar, just that one Sanhok, which could be a little bit of a change in taste, a little bit of change in dynamics, the mechanics, how teams are going to approach. But this sort of gives us the time and room to discuss about what's going wrong, or rather what went wrong with SALTxi8. Now, I can't really compare them to a team like 3x Esports because they've been in the scene, right? And heavy have it. The boys right in front of us, they have reached the epitome of success, that is Team SALTxi8, and this is the moment where it comes down. They've got to replicate that today. You know, being touted as the best team in Pakistan, well, their position has been challenged by not just one team but multiple over here. But can they redeem themselves? This is the answer that we are here to find out for, as the big bird Lakshay is in the sky as we head in from Quarry towards Stalbert. Now a really interesting flight path, and in this super weekend I think the last thing I would want to see is a certain circle in Erangel. I've had enough.
Well, maybe this is going to be the moment where things will move on towards the western front, perhaps. I mean, we've not seen a western circle as of now, so that could be a possibility. Another thing to actually anticipate when it comes down to the way the flight path has been set up is definitely going to be working for the side of Team Star, as we've seen them yet again and again go on to the northern side, which is going to be towards Savoni and Salbert. So that definitely works out in that team's favor. On the other front, as we move on towards Primorsk region, that is known to be the home ground for the grounders. No matter where the blue zone is, no matter where the zone is being drawn, the grounders, you'll find them in the first few early moments of the game right there at Primorsk on the map of Erangel. And as you push on through from that, we have Freestyle right above them, and Freestyle seem to have had a fanned out approach from the looks of it. I mean, 3 of their plays, same can be said for Regicide, in fact. I mean, for that matter, Regicide is completely on a YOLO approach altogether, creating a different span across that map. And I8 now, as you move on down to SALTxi8. Now, the conversation that I was having regarding 3x and I8 was the fact that, you know, earlier during the league plays also, we saw I8 making those rotations, but then get caught off guard at such awkward positions, coming down the hill, and you get caught off guard without any smoke you're actually pushing down. So that itself is class 101 altogether itself. And those sort of silly mistakes that we saw from the side of the SALTxi8 is the reason why I believe the team has not been able to somehow get that footing, you know, that concrete hold that they so many times have had in the lobby. Whereas again, I mean, Freestyle and Clarity, they are running the game like it's their own.
Yeah, I mean, clearly 2 different styles of play, right? With SALTxi8, I feel they're getting a little bit too complacent, I must say.
Yes.
You know, a little bit overconfident that they can take those fights, and suddenly it's kind of hitting them right back onto their face. But we do have some early skirmishes which could have potentially happened or occurred, and now they have been sort of you know, ignored as everyone's just making their way inside the circle, inside their looting points, right? But yeah, coming down to how Freestyle and teams like Clarity have been playing, right? They've been playing the safer game. They've been respecting the zone. They've been moving accordingly. They haven't been doing anything too fancy, right? But sometimes it's the basics that matter a lot, that have been the so-called you know, differentiating factor as to why they have accumulated so many points. Now, this is something that SALTxi8 needs to understand, and their very primary reason it comes down to the fact that they tend to go down towards the very south, right? Now, every single time you witness while they're traversing Lakshay, they'll tend to have some or the other casualties in some
mishap happen. Yes,
every single time. There hasn't been a single game that where we've seen these boys, all 4 of them, make it to the final few circles. So that is one of those things that they really need to fix right now. They've got to make sure that they do not have enough casualties. But as we take a look at how the zone has really panned out, we're kind of expecting it to be somewhere around the western side of Mansion, and a few of the teams like Quantum Rage, who have been, in my opinion, really impressive, along with the likes of Magnus Esports, along with the likes of Freestyle.
Absolutely have been. And again, as we move on back to the side of freestyle, indeed, the conversation for them is nothing to just play exactly what they were doing in the league play days. And that is what is definitely working for them. There's nothing that is stopping them from bringing that sort of a play style. And again, in the lobby itself, we shall have to see if the opponents have done their homework. And another question actually that I did have for you, Fixes, because it's just the early few moments of the game, so it is going to take a while before we jump into those first blood situations, as we do see freestyle. I mean, they're 2,000 meters away from the comfort of the zone. So the question that I had for you, mate, is when it comes down to the approach that SALTxi8 has, I mean, there's one thing that, yes, you're comfortable with your drop location, but getting too comfortable, is that a thing? Because every single time going down to the military base ends up at, I mean, you perfectly mentioned it as well so many times, not only right now, but during the league play days as well, that they get borderlined from the entirety of the fight. And as they try to get into it late into the fight, that's when they're just completely caught off guard and sent back into the lobby. So what do you think? Is there an approach where maybe we could anticipate or should anticipate from the side of SALTxi8 to change that drop location, perhaps, to bring in a different sort of a dynamic play?
That this is where a lot of things it's a very bold statement, right? It would be a very bold move from them as well if they're going to be changing their drop location to somewhere else, right, at this particular moment, right? Especially in the super weekends, these are the last places you would want to experiment. Maybe in a few of the scrimmages you can try. We have seen SALTxi8 having a few plan B and then few plan C's, but their go-to drop locations since I've ever casted them has always been around the military base. They've been too stubborn to let it go. But then again, when do you go for a certain split, right? And not just that, Lakshay, even adding on to it, the first league weekdays that we had, most of the circles were around the southern side, and most of the circles were supposed to be won by them, ideally, because they did not have to traverse around much. Now it comes down to the fact that how they've been taking their fights, right? Especially in those 1v1 situations. Now Crypto is really good in terms of those mid-range scenarios, but we haven't seen enough of those close-range combats from his side lately, him winning the entire duel, right? And I think Ghost was one of those players. Ghost was one of those players who was actually delivering in terms of kills. But the second day I did see him get replaced with Refuse came in. Now Refuse is also a really good player, but I think he needs to even establish a solid footing inside the game, where before he starts becoming really cracked and goes all booming around. But for now, what SALTxi8 need to do to instantly make those fixes is they've got to take those fights very carefully. They cannot be overconfident. They've got to treat every match as let's say the elimination matchup, and that is where they can give results. Because the last time you to take a look down the pages of history, you take a look at every single SALTxi8 performance that they've had, they make sure that they enter into the top 3 on most of the occasions in the Pakistan region. They dominate a lot, but we do have couple of exchanges over here with Shaw taking a look at the players of 52x Rage, and it's going to be Faster who's going to be peppering down a few bullets up from above.
Well, seems like we are getting into the vicinity of the first blood situation. It is only 7.5 minutes into the game, where 52x Rage's Faster was caught as he was making that rotation, but as of now, those sprays have definitely not led down to any blows to the heads or to the chests of any of these mates, because everything is looking hunky-dory. I mean, perfect health, perfect level 2 kit working for the side of this team of R3D, my apologies. And of course, this is as they move on along and push on, now they have to be ultra careful, because this is the super weekend, and every single game you are trying to get those points for yourself, either it be placement, either it be elimination, because in the end these points matter. These points actually matter a lot. The league play days points only matter for you to be able to qualify, nothing else. But these ones make a big difference, because when it comes down to the $100,000 prize pool, when it comes down to the journey that will push on along from this PMPL on to the other side itself, will be all based on how you play, how these teams end up playing in these super weekends. And talking about those super weekends itself, well, this is just the first one. This is just the first day of the 3-day affair right here. And in doing so, as we move on to the center of the zone, things are getting a little heated up, where we've got so many colors right next to each other, and Yasnaya still all being controlled by Quantum. I mean, there is absolutely no other team that wants to contest it from them for now.
you know, now in this particular game, the kind of pacing we're gonna expect is going to be a little bit slow because it's still the
Right.
first Super Weekend game. This is the game that really matters, as you can clearly see. Now, SALTxi8 have been making the right moves, right? They went with the circle, not before it, or not way too late that they would end up missing out. They approach, they're sort of having that scissor strategy, the edgy play, and right now they find themselves in the midst of a fight where we do have Shapatar taking a dig at reviews, but Sensi 2 very low on HP and will eventually fall down to the damage from play zone, and Uzum is going to capitalize on it as much as Blade is going to take a rush, but he is unaware of Zigsaw's position. Now Zigsaw clearly knows if he can get a knock at the very least, he can apply that extra little bit of pressure. But this is where SALTxi8 looks so broken, right? This is where they look so lost. They do not know where the players are. They do not have a person backing them up. Zigsaw giving his position away just a little bit early, alerting the players. Now Zigsaw is going to take the brunt of it as he finally goes down.
Well. He tried. He definitely tried. But that pre-fire was not required from the side of Jigsaw.
Yeah.
He was playing it very coolly, very boldly. Was keeping very good control over his trigger, itchy finger. But indeed, got a little too jealous and a little too cocky to try and take that elimination point for himself and his team, but did not work. On the other front, Team QWERTY. All right, another team to actually bring up into the conversation, Fixers, is going to be Team QWERTY, a team that has had a lot of ups and downs, but slowly and steadily have been making strides. And here we go, right off the bat in the first 10 minutes of the game itself. It is going to be Team QWERTY taking on the blows right to the face of 3x, and perfectly set up nade parade being showcased from their side, but till now, none of them have been able to connect. But it seems like Destroyer with the UMP has definitely gotten the information and will be able to retaliate. A miracle goes down, and in return, it will be a trade-off between both these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, surely you would not want to lose out on your IGL so fast.
Exactly.
Somehow, the boys from QWERTY have managed to hold on, and as they're getting the better out of the players of 3x now, they know it's just that last player surviving. They're going to get that res back on Khan pretty soon. ASAP, and they're gonna move at Kaizen, who's all by his lonesome. Now this is the moment where he could go Ultra Super Saiyan and go pull out a clutch of his life as Destroyer. He's just walking inside the house, making sure he checks every wee angle. As Kaizen, he hasn't even moved a muscle for now. He's just waiting and waiting for the right opportunistic moment. Has spotted Destroyer out along with his teammate. As they're gonna take that first floor. And this is where Kaizen has to go big. This is where he's got to go suicidal, has to get that finish. Eventually does it on Wolverine though, as he pulls out an early casualty. But hold on to my breath, as we do have another fight ensuing in front of us, as it's going to be Johnny with those crowd shots getting that knock and finish on Quantum Rage, as they're off to a very bad start right now, as Regicide losing out on Vaz. Still they've managed to get 2 finishes off there.
Absolutely, and Spark is still down. Can be anticipated a revival, but definitely not going to be happening. Definitely not a possibility for the side of R3G, because they are just holding that fort, and in doing so, they will confirm that elimination point for themselves. So 3 elimination points confirmed for the side of Regicide, and in doing so, they've lost one of their man. But on the other front, onto the receiving end was the side of Quantum, and Quantum Rage are left with just a one-man army with all the other players who were knocked and brought down to their knees a while back. And in all of that, it is still I8 on the run, on the move, trying to find a decent footholding, a place that they could call their own. But this is not going to be an easy one, because everywhere they go, they are led with bullets right off the bat. Not an easy place.
Now, this is what happens when you drop down south, right? You tend to miss on those important positions that you ought to take inside the circle. So every single time SALTxi8 comes in, they've got to fight for their place. And in those fights, they tend to lose out on their couple of members, right? This needs to be fixed ASAP, especially the level of competition that has grown up. And like you can see, the sort of a shift that we did witness, likewise, you know, this is a standard Erangel Eastern Circle, right? Going down towards somewhere in between school and mansion. You have few very good places in contention. Now you can take a look at how H2E are positioned, how the grounders are positioned, and even the players of FMxSKY. Now this is one of those teams that we really need to touch upon, because they've been under the radar, but boy oh boy, they have been getting their chicken dinners.
I mean, MetershotxSKY, they are a very elusive team is what I would say. I mean, the way they play and approach the final zones is very, very meticulous in terms of the way they plan it. And they are so very cheeky because they know exactly when the moment is right to be able to take on the fight and hold that thought, because the fight is what it seems to be taking place between i8's player against the side of FS. And Malik has already been brought down to his knees. Black not looking too good. 2-man down, 2-man still remaining. Wasi, what are you going to be able to retaliate against this push coming in from the side of i8? And it's all down to Uzum, because Uzum has already been able to bring 2 of the players down. Wasi will back out of that position, will try and get the survival aspect going on for the side of Freestyle, because he realizes the entire team of SALTxi8 have pushed on, and in doing so, is it the end of that team? It seems like FS has been eliminated. Yes, they have been. 14 teams remaining, 14 minutes in this game.
Oh, this was so beautifully executed from the players of SALTxi8, especially how they had their spread, right? Freestyle were kind of cornered, were kind of surrounded from every possible direction that they could. And the fact that SALTxi8 managed to rotate early on, if you could have remembered, they were in contention a little bit early on, where Freestyle was holding that higher ground and SALTxi8 made their movement. Now, they've made sure that they get into a good player position to contest. And once Freestyle came in over there, it was raining bullets, and they could do absolutely nothing about it. So helpless. Our table toppers of the league days, they've fallen down at the 15th position. Now, this is getting so much more exciting from around here, and this is where is the moment where I've got to eat up my words. But I was expecting the lobby to be a little bit slower, but it is happening completely otherwise over here, where teams are just going after each other. They're not stopping at anything at all.
Yep, and I'm very happy, very happy to see that as soon as you were talking about Clarity, I just looked at the survival status and I was like, wait, is that SALTxi8? Are we sure that's SALTxi8? With 6 points, 6 elimination points, all 4 players still surviving. This is a completely different demon that is going to be playing in the name of SALTxi8 today, because they are looking ferocious to be able to definitely get the bigger piece of the pie in today's first game. And as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, we're only 15 minutes in. During the league play days, we would see the first fights, the first blood situations draw in roughly about at that 14-12 minute marker. Right. And right now, 15 minutes in, we're already looking at 3 teams that have already been wiped off of this map, and 13 teams still remaining. Clarity Esports still surviving. All 4 players looking pretty comfortable as they try and get the information as well as the comfort of the zone. As we can see in the minimap, they're trying to enter through the edge of the zone from the western front, and as they do so, as of now, they don't have any other team to contest for that placement.
There you go. I mean, reviews. Again, this is the thing with SALTxi8. Somehow or the other, they tend to kind of mess things up a little bit. You know, again, you can't blame them. They might be wanting to traverse around, and in process, they got caught off guard. And that is where the players of 4VTFT really capitalized on it and got the better out of reviews. But Joker, he's kind of in a really dicey spot, just being the last man alive. Uzum will make sure that he puts him into a deep slumber over there, as SALTxi8 finally Crypto making his movement inside the circle from around the edge, just making sure that there's no one on their backlines, as Blade will be taking a dig at Pharaoh, who's on really low HP. And we're going to see if he receives some sort of a cover fire, some sort of a helping fire from Crypto, who's up above over there. And the moment Crypto tends to do that, he's going to lose that sign of anonymity, which is eventually done. Now 52x rage. They do understand now what's going on, but they don't care really, right? Their only focus so far, Lakshya, has been that they need to get inside the circle. They need to ram their vehicle as soon as possible. Now this is where they're going to get that little bit of a slight reset, but they still have such a huge target at their back, right? The team right in front of them is Clarity, one of those teams that is doing very well so far inside this game.
Oh, very well indeed. I mean, we did hear from 420 Boy as well yesterday as they were making that interview. And in this entire saga, Clarity Esports, they have come back stronger. There's nothing two ways about it. But now, for the side of 52x Rage, are they ready for this sort of an onslaught from the side of Clarity? Because Clarity, once they put that foot down, it is not going to be an easy one. But what am I saying? I need to bite my own words, because it is going to be 52x Rage's player who's going to be raging all together against the players of Clarity, where indeed Zabyan and Team Fool, we can clearly see, are outside the building, but that audio cue has been given away to Daku. He tried to take on the shots and the sprays for the AKM, but was not able to deliver, and now is the moment for him to shine, and in doing so, he will definitely bring down the player, but with just a sliver of an HP, he is not going to be able to survive for too long.
Oh yes, and so far so long he's been doing decent in keeping himself and the team alive, but look at Faster as Daku did try to go after not just 1 and 2, he's managed to pull it off as Danny from Clarity making an entry. We haven't seen much out of Danny over there, but this is it. This is where the underdogs are bringing the heat upon the big dogs. Now, Clarity also taking an early exit, and rightfully said, it was 52x Rage that took the fight right at their faces. Right now, this needs to be debated upon. Now, Clarity, why on earth did they have their players stationed outside? They could have done multiple things. They could have done so many crossfire setups inside the apartments and would have, pulled out the whole life out of 52 Rage. But in not doing so, they sort of dug their own graves over there.
I think I can kind of answer that question in terms of the way the mindset was for Clarity's players right there. Clarity Esports, they had just taken a knock on two 52x players and had moved on back. And I think it was TmwEsports who had pushed on into the building, into the apartment that 52x Rage had themselves in. They brought that knock, TmwEsports, and then fall back. As soon as he fell back, they must have thought that, alright, we've given a knock, we'll definitely push on in just a minute as soon as we get our health all the way to 100%. But 52x Rage, they were not waiting. They got that revival and just pushed bang on YOLO approach. And well, again, I mean, delivered. They definitely delivered in style, because Clarity has been eliminated thanks to 52x Rage, and all 4 players from 52x Rage walk away. So brilliant turn of synergistic play from the side of 52x Rage. And now as we push on through, 11 teams surviving. Finally, MetershotxSKY is going to be participating, and Quantum Rage's final player Alpha will not be able to do much with that cooked grenade as well. It is going to be the end of his problems.
Yes, and Quantum Rage were looking a little bit shaky from the early start, feeling a little bit of heat, but it's okay. They still have 4 more games to go. But Insane, he's got his eyes at the players of Team Star over there, and at a certain moment, I really like the positioning from Regicide, right? They've got a little bit of a high ground, they've got a little bit of a dip to work around with, but look at this 52 Rage. They are absolutely raging inside the server, but they've got to be careful, because if they get a little bit complacent, they're going to be ripped apart through shreds, as it is happening, and they have been eliminated. Now, the only mistake that they made here is they charged in from one particular direction, completely cornered from every possible side, from left and from right, and those grenades coming in. H2E was so well prepared to defend, and from the backlines as well, they were getting shot from FMxR3D. Now, this is certainly something that did not really help their cause. They could have dashed in from a different direction, from a different angle, maybe from the backside of the garage, as Voltrux does spot out the players of QWERTY making a move. Gravity, we've heard so much about him, but haven't really gotten to see him that much in action, especially delivering those kills. His basic fundamentals are really good, but let's see, this is the moment of truth for them, how well prepared QWERTY are to take this fight. Now, they're not a full man roster over here. They've lost a couple of their players. They've lost out on their IGL. They've lost out on Wolverine with just Gravity and his teammate. Can they pull out a magic can they pull out a rapid out of their magic hat, is what I was just gonna say, as I do find SALTxi8 also getting eliminated. What on earth is happening over here, Blotter?
Well, again, chaos is what this battleground is all about, and in all of that, it is MetershotxSKY. Again, I mean, look at that shaky play that was being spoken about just a couple of minutes ago for the side of MetershotxSKY, indeed, because this is a team that knows exactly when they want to take on a fight and exactly when they want to disperse, and that is what they're doing right now, so gracefully pushing on against the players of 4v and in doing so, one by one, picking them up like absolutely no problem at all, and in all of that, they're definitely getting those points as well, and Mary pushes on along with the one final player, Starboy, remaining, not for long, says the side of Metershot. SALTxi8 getting 5 eliminations. I mean, 5 teams remaining. H2E, another brilliant team to talk about, who have been so very careful in terms of the way they make those rotations and the fights that they end up taking. They try and stay away until unless it's very much required, as we saw against the players of 52x Rage. But now, since we've only got 5 teams remaining, we have to look onto the numbers. We'd have to look on the numbers because, well, it's only Team Star that is at a little bit of downfall, maybe. No, not really, because in terms of numbers advantage, all these teams are looking pretty comfortable. But MetershotxSKY, what are they going to be bringing to the table? SALTxi8, the dude of the hour with 5 elimination points, is he going to be able to get that chicken dinner for his team?
Lakshay, oh my goodness, what did he just do? Johnny literally ran into the entire horde of MetershotxSKY and got absolutely shredded apart. Now with Voltrux also burning, I do not see the chances of TmwEsports alive a lot. Now this is where MSKY do what Johnny was eventually trying to do. But this obviously has to come down to the fact as to how well Star are equipped to sort of defend themselves as FMxR3D. After getting that one knock, they want to push. They spotted out Fury's position, who is going to be low tossing a grenade, or that's what his intention is. But they're sort of unaware of their of the position of all the players of Star over here. They've got to take every move very consciously, and now we can see the players of Star taking a jump from the balcony. They've got to be careful because we've got other teams pushing in as well. Got Fury's position completely compromised. He's got to take a fight against Pika. Now Fury, if he's not wary, he's gonna take a lot of bullets from the backlines as MetershotxSKY are also trying to close in.
Well, this is not looking good for the side of Star, and in doing so, it is not going to be the case because Godfury will definitely be able to retaliate, and along with that, Pika has been brought down to his knees. Pika will be eliminated. Godfury will be able to get the elimination point for his team, and now Finisher with that perfectly set up cooked up nade. Will that be able to give any damage? No, it will not, because it has not hit its mark, but from the different direction, it seems altogether, it's going to be MetershotxSKY who are going to be able to bring that fight to an end, and this is also looking pretty chaotic because one side, it is just one player, Star, Godfury, whereas from the side of FMxR3D, they've got these two players who are just holding on to that place, but not really retaliating much. I mean, Finisher, we did see him lose interest against the final player of Star X Godfury. So what exactly are they anticipating here? Finisher and Shaw, they're still holding on to the compound. So is Team Star's Godfury, not wanting to take on the fight as of now, at least. But the nade parade, at least, I'm happy to say, is still continuing on. So it seems like R3D's players are not only concerned about Godfury onto the flank angle, but also team right in front. And yep, there we go. It is going to be for the side of H2E. And once again, MetershotxSKY, they're just chilling. They're just absolutely chilling. They're not wanting to participate in the fight. They're just absolutely wanting for the other team to take on the fights against each other. And that is when MetershotxSKY will push on.
Oh yeah, we've got to see, you know, we're approaching those final end moments, and Star, I think they've gotten a lot more than they could have bargained for. Well, of course, that little bit gamble that they took, you know, having a little split of a 2-2 did not really pay off because they got pushed simultaneously by two different squads over there. But Godfury, he's done a really good job defending himself over there. Instead, you know, wiping out Pika in the process, you know, dealing some casualties. He's gonna feel really good about himself. But now getting spotted by Shaw, and he's gonna fall down as the final three teams remain. MSKY, I really love their chances in getting this chicken dinner. They do have the numbers, they do have the players. All they've got to do is deal with H2E and they're good to go, Lakshay.
Absolutely, they definitely are. I mean, in terms of being a part of that compound and in the zone itself, this is the big feat for the side of MetershotxSKY. H2E as well as R3D, they're trying their level best to create those flank angles against the players of Metershot, but will it be enough to retaliate against the compound placement that MetershotxSKY is finding themselves? And it seems like that is definitely going to be helping the cause, because Asar, even though he tried his levels to get the crosshairs set up against Halsey, will just not be enough, and the compound definitely being the biggest barrier against MetershotxSKY and the opponents, because they, no matter what they try, they're just not able to get through to them. And even though Finisher and Shaw, look at them, they're so close to the compound. MetershotxSKY, they're not even retaliating to the position of R3D. But even though we did just see that nade parade from Shaw, it did not favor them. But it seems H2E have finally made it happen. Halsey was getting a bit too complacent, it seems like, a bit too confident from the same window again and again, repeak, and in doing so, he was able to, well, get a little bit of damage, but it seems like R3D will be the end of H2E. Thus remain two teams, a 2v2 situation between two.
Of course, but you know, I'm sort of anticipating they get that rest back onto its Halsey. They had all the time on Earth, but maybe they did anticipate a little bit of a push coming in. Now this is the point where they do have that space, you know, a little bit of a room to breathe around, get Halsey back up, and they have. And now the numbers are again stacked in the favor of MetershotxSKY. Now this is the point where if FMxR3D lob a good grenade and get a pick onto its balcony, because I'm pretty sure Shaw did have those sound cues, but Ash just pushing in right that. He's got to anticipate Shaw at certain point nonetheless, and he does. But it's going to be Mary who dishes out all the damage, gets it knocked. It all comes down to the final player, finisher. Now the question still remains, can he finish 3 players who are marching at his direction? Well, his position finally compromised. Ash can take all the time on planet Earth to get himself back to optimal HP as he just prones down finisher, but that's not going to be enough as MetershotxSKY, making all the right moves, have managed to secure that first winner chicken dinner. And look at how big they've gone. 16 eliminations, 31 points, brother. This team is on fire.
Well, this team definitely is on fire, and there is nothing stopping them from doing so because of the play style that they've brought to the table, right? They know exactly where to take on the fights, otherwise they just keep it low and slow and low-key, and as soon as they know that this fight is going to be theirs for the taking, they push on along and get their nail set up in the coffin to get that chicken dinner for themselves. And this time around, it was a perfect dominating play from the side of MetershotxSKY. On the other front, I mean, R3D, they tried their level best. FMxR3D, they had only 2 players surviving. So a tough luck situation for the side of H2E. Once again, tough luck situation because sadly they were caught out in the open, and no matter how many smoke walls they would end up creating, it was never going to be able to favor them.
I mean, at a certain point, you know, the ideal way for either FMR3D or H2E to walk off with a victory would have been the fact that they should have capitalized on HealthXi getting knocked over there. Had they pushed in at the same time, you know, then it would have been really difficult for MetershotxSKY because they were already panicking a little bit with HealthXi down. They were kind of also anticipating that FMR3D is going to push at that particular moment, but they did not. What FMR3D, rather what Finisher did, was wipe out the last player of H2E, just wipe out the last hope of him trying to get a chicken dinner. But still, nonetheless, for FMR3D, I think second position finish is not too shabby at all by any standards, because they still have had a good start inside the game. They've still had a good entry inside the Super Weekend, which is in contrast to a lot of different teams. You know, the big guns, if you talk about freestyle, being the table toppers during the league days, getting eliminated at the 15th spot, getting not even a single penny over here inside the Super Weekend. And we're talking about QWERTY also. We'll talk about a lot more of those teams, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Oh, CA, what did we just witness? It was absolute carnage, and it certainly was quite a different change of pace compared to what we did see in the first league days.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I mean, on one side, I'm most definitely surprised because of what you said, because of what we saw in the league stage. But on the other side, this is what we expect from Pakistan, right? Match 1, day 1 of the Super Weekend, first Super Weekend, and it's just absolute mayhem. It's really pleasant to witness too, because coming into this PMPL Pakistan, I wanted to see this raw display of talent really, and we got to see it, especially from HealthXi. 9 eliminations fixes, absolutely clutch for his team.
You know, this team is suddenly, you know, turning out to be one of my favorites, right? They are approaching the game the way it is supposed to be approached like, right? They've been maintaining that perfect balance between getting the right kills and the right positions. They've been making all those right movements, and HealthXi, he's been at the top of it all. 9 elimination, 1,000 plus damage. That is some huge numbers that he's managed to put up on board. Now, we do have Asad, or Asad, as we can say. He's also got a decent performance. Even Shaw, he was pretty amazing as well. Now, talking about SALTxi8 and Blade, I think they've had a really good start in terms of how many finishes that they had, but their good old problem, the problem in successfully managing to rotate inside the zone, inside the final few circles, still persists. But despite that, I think we can say it was a good start for SALTxi8 as well.
I mean, compared to the way they started off the league stages, the weekday days itself, this is way better, and it's what we expect from a team like SALTxi8, much more aggressive in their approach. So we'll have to see if they're able to continue it for now, because it does seem like every single team out there is looking to bring their A game into the Super Weekend, and that's the way we want it.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, no second thoughts about it. But as we take a look at the statistics, clearly MetershotxSKY just being the better team in every V aspect, right? Of course, a lot of you must be thinking, no, the damage received for FMxR3D is much more. This shows how much they've been engaging in a lot of fights, how much they've been right out in the open. As a result of which, you know, we can't really blame them to be having a bad game over here. They did everything that they possibly could have done. But clearly, MetershotxSKY Esports, they were just a notch above, made all the right moves. I think one of those moments, it could have been really close had Regicide not given that a little bit of a high ground up with, you know, just Johnny with his driving into no man's land and absolutely getting shredded off. That is where the tables were turned, right? That is where MetershotxSKY started dreaming that yes, this chicken dinner could be ours, because then what they had to do was take down the last player of Regicide. They did that. They took down the squad house that Star Esports were holding on, and that was a little bit of a gamble from Star Esports there as well, you know, having a 2-2 split over there, and both of them being rushed upon at the same time did not really help their cause. But still, you know, considering the fact that they were the they were the last team to make it into the Super Weekend, having a top 5 finish is a really good start.
Yeah, exactly. And with this start, I think for MetershotxSKY, the sky is really the limit, but we'll have to see if they can continue with the consistency moving forward. FMxR3D, another team that was not necessarily consistent fixes in the weekdays, but coming into the Super Weekend, getting that second spot early and nice, that's going to be making them feel real good and real confident going in. But what I'm especially happy about is that, again, we don't get a standard circle here, a standard zone really with PMPL Pakistan, because the way the weekdays ended, it was a standard circle towards the end. I was like, oh no, will this happen in the Super Weekend? And no, it's clearly not the case. There's some special things reserved for this weekend.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, by Pakistani standards, this was not a standard circle, because, you know, ideally in the other regions, we were kind of done and dusted watching and casting the same zone and all and all. And now anything different than a certain circle, see, I'm going to take it with open arms. Now, this is a conversation that Lakshya and I had. And this is something that we did predict earlier also, right? We did know that it's going to end somewhere in between that school and mansion areas around those compounds. And I think R3G were doing such a really good job at defending that spot. I could not understand how and why they gave that up and making all those wrong moves over there. But more than that, you know, this is the point where we've got to talk about SALTxi8. You know, if you can see, they're right at the very bottom, just on the edges, just the way they like to approach. But this comes down to the fact is how they time their entry inside the circle, right? Now they just can't walk into the circle like it's their own property, right? They tried that and they got absolutely crushed, right? Not even a single soul could make it inside the zone. But when you're talking about a shift like this, CA, where you've got a Star completely in full control of the circle, now this is where they should have taken another gamble. This is where they should have had the entire team unifying, the entire team sort of grouping up together, because now this was ought to happen. You've got just the two compounds inside the center of the circles. Teams will attack that, and they were sort of not prepared for it, and they had to deal with the brunt.
Yeah, exactly, and it felt like a little bit of lack of decisiveness really from the side of Team Star, and I hope it doesn't come to plague them later, because even getting to that position for them, it was a big shout as compared to the struggle we saw in the weekdays itself. So I'm hoping they can build on this, because this was just match 1 of the Super Weekend. We've got 3 days of this action and 4 more game matches today itself, so it's only up and above for certain teams. But I'm sure certain teams, they'll start crumbling under the pressure given their performances in this match 1.
You know, this is a point where it comes down to the fact that we've got to talk about freestyle, man. I mean, you were, of course, watching from the sidelines, a team that did manage to get 111 points in the league days. Now, suddenly becomes the 15th team to get eliminated. I mean, I could not understand what really happened, but they got shredded by SALTxi8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they felt the brunt of the titan that is SALTxi8 really coming into this super weekend. I think we were all expecting, okay, surely SALTxi8 is going to turn up, right? They didn't turn up in weekday number 1, they didn't turn up in weekday number 2, but against the league leaders from the weekdays, freestyle, like you said, they just shredded them. But before that, as you can see in these Oppo moments, SALTxi8 were picking fights left, right, center, and they're happily winning almost all of them. So clearly, this is the team that we were looking forward to coming into this PMPL Pakistan.
Yeah, but as we take a look at the Oppo moments, this is again one of those wrong decisions from QWERTY that we got to witness. Both the players just going out. These apartment buildings are so easy to defend that you barely even have to break a sweat to try and win these fights around. But this is again 52 Rage. I think they were on a whole different adrenaline high that they were feeling themselves over there, and they just rammed in and instead found FMxR3D right behind them, who clobbered them down. And now taking a look at, this is where MetershotxSKY got that room and space, especially when Regicide had been brought down. But God Fury still up to this man. He did whatever he possibly could have done. He did manage to take down one of the most important players, that's Pika from FMxR3D. It's sort of taking their dreams away from winning the first chicken dinner in Super Weekend match number 1. But this is where H2E did not have a lot of choice, not a lot of options. MetershotxSKY had taken complete control over all the important compound. They had their players stationed at the right areas, and all they had to do is jot down the final jigsaws in the puzzle. They had to put it in place, and they did that. A very exceptional performance from a team that I think was really underrated as we entered into the PMPL. Not a lot of people were talking about them. Now, this is one of the teams that we have seen in the past, right? They used to go by the name of SKY Esports, if I'm not wrong, and they were doing fairly decent, I must say. Nothing really too flashy, nothing that you would remember about, right? But the strides that they're making right now, it feels like they're a whole different package.
Yeah, exactly, and they've got to keep the strides going, Fixes, because if it's just one chicken dinner you end up getting from this 3-day weekend, then it is going to be just that, an average team that we remember here and there and not really remember in the long term. So to get my name etched in every single fan, every single players' hearts out there, with really to strike fear, you've got to keep that consistency going, and we'll see if it happens in the rest of these matches that we have here today. But for now, what I'm really excited for is seeing whether the shift of play completely changes coming into Miramar, because you can see with respect to this particular match itself, MetershotxSKY completely dominated, and that's what I want to see in Miramar. Is it again one team dominating throughout, or is it going to be a much more stable flow in terms of damage, in terms of placements?
And look at this graph. Now I completely abide by what you just said, right? But I'm kind of getting positive vibes from their side, because even during the league stages, MetershotxSKY was quite sound, right? They looked quite stable, but the charts, look at this, they've gone way up. And the second team who managed to dish out, or who was having a really good run, was SALTxi8. I think had they made it into the final circle, maybe they could have gotten into the top 3 easily, but that was not the case. Yeah, you really pointed out you hit at the right spot, right? This is something that we can talk about Magnus Esports over here. Now, Magnus, the way they came inside the PMPL during the league stages, they got the first chicken dinner, and it was a big chicken dinner. We sort of started having really huge hopes from them, and you hit it to day number 2. They sort of started languishing, we could say. This sort of started not being that much visible that they were, and rightfully said, in this game as well, we could not see a lot out of Magnus Esports' side, which sort of brings us down to another team that we've got to talk about, Team QWERTY. Now, what really went wrong with them, according to you?
I am not sure, because even in weekdays they were almost disappeared. They kind of turned up in day 2, but even that was not as consistent as it would really mean for champions of the qualifiers. Like, they were number 1 team coming in from the qualifiers, expected to at least give a heavy contest to the bigger teams out here coming in from South Asia. We've got the SALTxi8, we've got the QWERTY. We expected QWERTY to be the name we're talking about up there. But so far, not so great from that particular team. Maybe they're able to pull it back in our second match. As you can see, we're going to be heading towards Miramar. And I think another exciting prospect is the fact that this is our only Miramar. We're going to finally be having a Sanhok here on Super Weekend 1 Day 1. That's going to be real exciting to see. Which team likes it?
I'm really excited about the fact that, you know, I want to see how do Pakistanis approach Sanhok, right? Because I do not know if you're aware of it, but Sanhok has sort of become a very famous map these days, quite pertaining to the healing battle. You're gonna get frustrated and you're definitely gonna lose a few strands of hair at that. You know, why aren't you guys fighting? But I think Pakistan region has really impressed us in terms of how they've been hitting the big guns. They've they've been looking fearless all throughout. So we're gonna have some good action inside of Sanhok. Hopefully, I'm gonna still have my fingers crossed, because you know the best of the best regions have also disappointed me. I can, you know, go as far as the SS Championships, where you could see so many teams resorting to that healing battle going on. But coming down, you know, taking a look at the map chances that we have, we do have Freestyle really having a good run. We do have Team H2E playing really well. Another thing, CA, that I think we kind of missed out on in bringing it to the attention of our viewers. Every single chicken dinner has something to offer you. You get $500 for winning the game. So an extra consideration added up. So now the teams are gonna be serious. Now every single time they get a chicken, they're gonna get $500 richer. And by any means, you know, $500 means you can buy yourselves a new pair of Yeezys, Jordans, get yourself into some entry level good watches. That is something that I've been into lately. But how would you spend $500? Now, do not say that you're going to invest into markets. Be a lavish, flamboyant guy.
Yeah. No, if I did have to spend it, I think probably in a lot of skins for the game. Because I'm all stuck indoors, you know. But I think in general, I prefer myself some nice hoodies. I do like myself some really special looking exclusive things. So maybe that, you know, I only get to wonder for now fixes, because those $500 are up for grab for all of these players, not for us, unfortunately. But fortunately for these players, they get to go at it once again in this second match of Miramar, try and grab those $500 for themselves. And if not that, at least some decent points on the board, because we have to remind our viewers, these are the points that will matter with respect to qualification to the grand finals weekends. You've got to turn up in the Super Weekend.
Oh, you definitely have to. And if you've missed it, and if you have a few of your friends who love to play PUBG Mobile, then just hit them up, call them up, get them watching the stream, get them support your favorite teams, because that is what they need right now. And while you're at it, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button to the channel as well, because, you know, we've been listening to the songs, we've been listening to the groovy tracks, we're all enjoying it. Now, you know, enjoyment apart, we have got to get serious, right? We've got to get back to the battlegrounds. Now this is the moment in the Miramar game. Who tends to, or who is that one team that's going to conquer them all? As we are in a quest to find the answers, let's just head in with the flight path as we head out from Valademar to where Sore Omuda. Now this is one of those flight paths I think the teams are really going to enjoy, because this is sort of dissecting the maps into two halves, and they're going to get down to their favorite point wherever they want to drop right now. But the question still remains, and this is where, CA, I'm going to put you onto the spot. Predict where the circle is going to get formed.
Oh, I have a feeling we're actually going to see like southwestern side circle, like not exactly completely western, more southern. Like I really want to see a Los Leones end. I want to see an urban finish. We haven't had it for so long, and I think it would be perfect for our region right now, because they would take it very aggressively. You know, we see a lot of slam-ins towards the end, and that's the way I like it personally. So a southern circle to start it off, maybe a southeastern circle, maybe completely southern, even a southwestern towards Los Higos. Any one of those I will take for myself.
Oh my god, I mean, I'm kinda excited. I think you called a certain one. And we're gonna see.
Never mind.
It just backfired. But hold on, we do have a fight in hand right now with Sensi 2 just getting that Scorpion, but still it's gonna be Destroyer who manages to get the better out of the players of the Grounders as Destroyer. He's not managed to get just one but two, and this is such a huge setback for the Grounders. Now this is one thing that the Grounders have to be really wary of, right? These drop clashes, and especially when you're contesting around San Martin. I think this is sort of a revenge story going in for Team QWERTY, because the last time I remember QWERTY came in, they were the ones who took the brunt of things, right? They were the ones who took some early casualties, but this time they've come in really well prepared. They've managed to secure those two finishes, now forcing the players of the Grounders to just back off from their property.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how QWERTY have not necessarily been on the same level that we expect them to, not necessarily performed in the same regard that we wanted them to, but clearly already this drop contestation coming through between QWERTY and Team Grounders. Destroyer living up to his name, shuts down two quite early, and I'm sure they'll have an idea that at least some of the other two are nearby, and their idea is not so wrong. Jigsaw and Mr. Black quite close, a chance for QWERTY to get an early squad wipe.
Oh yeah, I mean this is something good for QWERTY, right? Especially I'm still awaiting Gravity to go absolute ham, right? We have heard so much about this player. I've seen him in the local tournament scenes. He's got a tremendous potential, CA, but I think it's somewhere we're talking about the uncharted territory, right? This is where you're heading into the biggest tournament of your lives. You gotta have those nervy moments, right? But I think one good explosive game for Gravity, I think that would be enough to soothe his nerves.
Yeah, exactly. It's just really about getting off to a strong start in the Super Weekend, and all it takes is one real good game to really make you feel, hey, you know what? This is what I've been good at for a while. I just need to keep continuing. But another look at how Destroyer was able to destroy both Shapatar as well as, I believe it was Sensi, yeah, from the side of Team Grounders. Just easy peasy, landed quickly, picked up the Scorpion and found Shapatar, immediately flicked over to Sensi, and just one shot, one spray, he's down. Just very simple from Destroyer. The way he did it, it looked like he had a complete ease of access, but not so easy, honestly, to get it done, especially when you're shooting building to building with a weapon that is not necessarily suited for those mid to long range battles. So very well done by Destroyer in that regard.
You know, just not that, see, it sort of got in that little bit of a RNG factor going in, right? Oh. You know, had the players of the Grounders received that vector, it could have been a completely different story. But hold on, QWERTY, they're making some advances right at Zigsaw's direction, and Zigsaw being very careful more than ever. He's made the right choices, right? He's around that little bit of a stairs area, but Destroyer being so precise with his grenade. Now he had the DBS. Now there was no chance on earth anybody could have pushed at him and would have survived the onslaught, because that gun is so deadly in that particular range. Now QWERTY, they've gotten the better out of three players. Mr. Black, the last player surviving over here. Can he go suicidal? Can he get a casualty off out of QWERTY? Because there's something that happened in the last game as well. If you remember, Wolverine just dancing inside that little room over there. Got caught off guard as Hunk, spotting out Pharaoh, did dish out a decent amount of damage though, but not enough to trouble him. Now looks a little bit scary, but still Pharaoh manages to escape.
Yeah, I think Pharaoh, by the skin of his teeth, finding an exit right there. But you can see QWERTY, they're being quite methodical once again. Back to this fight where they're clearing out building by building, looking for any potential remaining members of Team Grounders. Now we can see everything, so we know Mr. Black is
together
in.
Now.
Yeah, Mr. Black, he's just in the building next door. But like you said, they're moving together, they're moving as a unit. They're making sure that the thing you mentioned about Mr. Black potentially catching someone off guard, it's quite unlikely with the way QWERTY is moving, because he might find a knock, but a finish, probably not.
Oh, this could be his cue. This could be that moment where he could have really gotten up and, just rage the players of QWERTY, because this is something that did happen in the last game as well, right? One of the players just going in blindfolded, got caught off guard. But this is where, QWERTY still do not know, still do not have the perfect idea as to where Mr. Black is. He's waiting for them with 50 bullets on his gun. Still prone in. At a certain moment has finally been spotted out. Takes down one. Can he get the second one out here as well? Well, does not though. As Destroyer makes a switch at the right moment. Gets into cover. Making sure that they do not lose out on gravity over there. As QWERTY finally reign over the city of San Martin. And quite some cinematic shots over here. With a minivan that does not work.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, I'd say overall, but very well done by QWERTY, especially Destroyer, picking up a healthy portion of those kills for himself will get him a lot of confidence. I think, again, something we want to see for Team QWERTY is that confidence to try and build up for them. But taking a look at this circle now, what I am noticing, Fixes, is again that La Cabrera area, for example, completely empty. The large mountain ranges to the northernmost side of the circle completely empty. And well, I called for the southern circle at the start. The PUBG Mobile God said, no, see, we're going north this time. If they decide to continue in that trend and keep going north, that's going to be some interesting rotations, especially for teams like Quantum Rage, who might decide to just go take that quite early. I wonder where the next circle will shift and who it will favor in that regard.
So, you know, see, there is a sort of a tradition, a custom. I think I have got to introduce you to that. You've got to make some offerings to the PUBG Mobile gods before coming in to cast these events. And then only are you going to get your circles that you desire. Right, so make sure you you have, and it's pretty easy as well. You've got to fill in your tummy with a lot of chicken before entering into the casting desk. But that's something that I think we both love, having a lot of chicken. I think a lot of people do love that. So it's fairly easy. It's something that you can do. Even the gods will be satiated. But right now, Destroyer, he cannot be complacent because 3x, they're right on the tippity top, just waiting and watching every single movement that they're making. Oh, miracle! Why on earth did he have to break this silence? Now, QWERTY, they're gonna get so alarmed.
Yeah, I think potentially could have caught a member of QWERTY off guard if he maintained the silence, but I guess trades it out for the removal of that vehicle in the Bucky. So we will have to see if it ends up being worth it for them or not with respect to that vehicle not being available to Team QWERTY now, or whether their position being revealed means that QWERTY is not going to show up at all, because the area they're in, Fixes San Martin, they started off with just one other team with them in that area, but right now it's quite populated. Freestyle, Magnus as well, I believe, 3x, all in the nearby surroundings, and soon to be joined by one of our titans in SALTxi8 as well. So in all regards, San Martin is most likely to become a bloodbath, especially if for now the PUBG Mobile gods actually listen and give me a southern shift. But ooh, we got an MK14 in our first airdrop. That's pretty valuable.
Oh, that indeed is. You know, my favorite weapon, no caps. You know, I think maybe now I'm kind of a little bit conflicted with the NG3. But hold on, I think this time we've got some interesting skirmishes right in front of us with Team Star. They want to take the fire right at 52 Rage. Now 52 Rage, they've been looking so interesting, right? They've been looking so aggressive. Now here comes the Ramen. We do have God Fury stepping out of his vehicle along with Emerge, who has been spotted out by Daku. Now Daku does have that arm. He can manage to pull off a few upsets over there. But where is the remainder of the squad of 52 Rage? As Emerge finally just trying to get in, he has understood the position of one of their players. Daku still managing to get a knock onto it. Sama Zen trying to do his level best, but that is all he could do as Daku still getting spotted out. Now Team Star, all they've got to do is get that revive back onto its Zen, but now on Osama rather, as Hunk has fallen down. But with Emerge is coming in, it's an absolute chaotic situation. I do not know what's going to happen over here. But God Fury, he gets taken down. Now Daku, he's going to go all out. He takes a better out of Emerge over there. Being the last player surviving for 52x Rage, he's done such a good job in defending this particular compound.
Yeah, Daku is doing absolutely brilliantly right now. He's the sole reason why so much damage has even been done to Star so far, because for a second it looked like Star, they might dominate that fight, but right now the revive being stuck for Emerge. Daku trying to interrupt it, will not be able to do so, but still holding on, but not for too long. Daku gets taken out by Hong. Star will emerge out of that fight victorious, but with a decent chunk of damage done. 2 players down, a lot of noise, and that noise has attracted these apex predators that are SALTxi8.
Oh yeah, I mean Uzum has already made his strides over there, right? Finding Star at the most vulnerable position. They still haven't gotten that res back up onto its God Fury. They need to do it quickly. They need to do it now. But it is going to be a little late because Crypto's grenade lands perfectly as Emerge just gets wiped out. And this is the right cue where SALTxi8 can really consider making that push in. But they've got to enter into the right windows. Now Blade, he's the one who's doing the hard job. He's the one who's doing the scouting. He's the one who's going to be checking every single compound out here and there. But Blade finally getting taken down by the players of Star. Crypto has taken some massive amount of damage as well. But before the players of Star fall down, can they do some casualties? Can they deal that to the players of SALTxi8? As Uzum has fallen down as well. But Crypto somehow making sure he gets up on the stairs. And now he's got to deal with God Fury. Now in a 1v2 situation, God Fury, can he make the clutch of his life over here? As he is on really low HP, just prones down, and Crypto is gonna capitalize on this one little wrong movement and will get the better out of Team Star as SALTxi8 get the clutch and they manage to win this particular squad fight.
Yeah, huge play by Crypto right there. Of course, like you mentioned, small error from the Star player in regards to that prone effectively revealing to Crypto where he was. So before that was blind firing, but right now talking about some blind firing with very little visible of his opposition. Spark trying to go for a spray in. Only deals a little bit of damage. No knocks just yet, but boy oh boy fixes. FP Ash certainly has cojones to steal. He's alone over there. He's still firing, still looking to engage in fights, and still manages to drive Quantum Rage away, who's like, you know what? We don't care about that elimination. We need to get ourselves, with the rotation going on, get ourselves into the circle.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really like the decision making over there from Quantum Rage, right?
Yeah.
They did take the right decision over there. This was a no objective fight, right? There was nothing to be won in this particular fight, and at this certain moment, you know, you cannot risk having early casualties. And had it been inside the circle, had it been a fight for the contestation of the center area, then that could have been a whole different story altogether. But MetershotxSKY, I really like the movements from this team again this time now, but they've got to be very careful with how they're getting inside the circle, the timing, because if they do it a little bit too fast, I think I've got a little bit, I'm getting a little bit scared about them, because then what is going to happen is they're going to get surrounded. Now you can clearly see H2A is tailing right behind them, and right ahead they've got to deal with SALTxi8. So now for MetershotxSKY, they've got to fight the right area, but it seems like Van is in a little bit of a situation over here as SALTxi8. Now they've got a different target on their hands right now. They're going after the players of QWERTY, which is pretty interesting if I must say.
At this point, I think SALTxi8, they just see head, they want to pop head. Seem to clearly not be differentiating, but could be an issue fixes, because like you said, where you take fights, when you take fights, just as important as how you take those fights. So right now teams have got to be careful, especially with this circle starting to close all the way in. H2E is a team that is in a lot of trouble, but they actually managed to get themselves out of it. The revive should be set up now for Dread, I believe. And just like that, H2E will be able to reconnect with their team. They've even got the vehicle to try and do the same. But, oh, never mind. Play zone will not let Dread get back up. It will mean that they lose a single member, especially with MetershotxSKY continuously looking to spray them down. But the damage comes back. MetershotxSKY now lose a player, and they will be at the mercy of the circle.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what we were getting worried about to happen, right? And indeed, you know, our fears have become true, as now the players of SALTxi8 in a really good position. They want to take this fight against QWERTY, and now I'm suddenly starting to wonder where's the remainder of the cavalry out here, as Blade is going to retreat, but it is going to be Crypto who provides that quintessential cover fire there.
Absolutely crucial from Crypto right there. He downs especially a key member from QWERTY as well. and make sure his team continues to hold that position. Now, this fight, again, very crucial fixes, because on the edge of that circle, they're looking for both of these teams looking to not just get into the next circle, but also at the same time deny a key competitor the opportunity to do the same. Now, 420 boy as well as I trying to get out of there real quick, but not so easy. They do all have a vehicle each, so we'll be able to make it happen. But SALTxi8, they're trying to flank them and cut them off.
Oh, they certainly are, as 420 boy is not at the right HP, and the buggy taking a tumultuous turn around here. Oh, this could all go wrong for Clarity, but for SALTxi8, this is such a bad news again. Losing out on reviews, one of their most highly skilled players, is certainly not a good... What? Magnus just blew up Regicide's vehicle, instantly taking down 2 players over there, and now they're right beside 3x. Now every single team is sort of anticipating the zone to be panning out somewhere around San Martin, which is not going to be the case around here. They're still playing around the edges, but SALTxi8 spotting out Healthy. They make sure that he gets taken down, but wait a minute. I'm done.
SALTxi8 has done 2 fixes. They have been eliminated, and just like that, it's fights erupting all the way across the edge of the circle. And currently what we are not getting to see on the screen that I can see on my other is that amongst all of this chaos, there's one team that is just silently sitting on a high ground, potentially looking to get favored by the next circle, which is Freestyle. But we'll get back to that topic in a second, because again, we've got that fight between 3x and Magnus. They've got a knock with the help of a grenade, instantly going for the slam and making in the decisive move. They found Cairo as well, and now Momtu and Adil under a plethora of trouble. No way to get out, but some help from 4v
Oh, and now it's again all chaos ensuing right in front of us as Kaizen. He's going to take the fight now. He's the last player surviving for 3x Esports. He's going to make all the tough calls. Is he supposed to be going out there for the revive out there, or is he going to try to fight it out, as Miracle is also going to chime in as well. Kaizen getting knocked out. Oh, the little bit of pixels which was coming out of the walls, and he did take quite some hefty amount of damage. But Miracle not really making any efforts at trying to get the rest back up. Finally doing so onto Ali, but he's got to also try and get Kaizen back up to full HP, as Magnus, they're doing the same job over there.
I have to say, this has been one of the most action-packed Miramars I have ever seen, and it's quite reminiscent of the Pakistani region overall. Even in that moment, Momtu trying to get to the revive, but instantly shut down by TUF. Now the rest of Magnus, Adil trying to set up the revive, but the nade shuts them down, and now Adil will be sent to the grave as well. That is the end of Magnus Esports, and also now for us, just 10 teams left. 3x able to secure that compound for themselves, but it won't be much for them because they still have to get the rotation going on. But this is the team I was talking about fixes. Freestyle smack bang in the middle of the circle. They've got a compound to them. They've got high ground to them. Freestyle with everything they need to get their first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, this has to be their game to lose, if I'm not wrong. I mean, considering the situation that they're in, it's 9 out of 10 times you've got to expect them to come out with flying colors, as Malik does spot out that little bit of a rotation coming in from Dani, who's again one of the OGs of the squad, had been sort of missing in the league days, but he's back here. But Kaizen, he's got the Petrified Destroyer, absolutely shreds him apart. Now it all comes down to Gravity, who's kind of in a very dicey situation. He's kind of surrounded. He's got to ensure that he builds up all the smoke walls that he can and get back himself into cover.
Oh, looking to do exactly that, while H2E actually have been eliminated, as we see fights erupting on every single note, mostly on the western side, as teams are struggling to get themselves into some cover, but there is no cover to be found, which is why again the positions of teams like Freestyle, like Clarity, even TUF actually in that southern side with the edge of a compound to themselves are really the teams that are looking extremely comfortable. The rest of our teams, 4v QWERTY, Quantum Spark, all kind of left stranded. At least Quantum Spark have this, Quantum Rage, my bad, have this tiny, is it a stable almost to themselves? But oh, Never mind.
Yeah.
QWERTY is gone just like that. 4VTFD will secure the western front for themselves fixes, but for how long? That's the question. Quantum Rage, they've got their eyes on them.
Oh yeah, I mean they've got the eyes on the price, and like you said, you know, they are indeed stationed at a stable. But I think the right approach from their side has to be capitalizing on teams pushing upon freestyle. There has to be a moment where someone or the other will go at, will take a dig at the players of freestyle, will want to contest for the house of the boss over there. But for now, it is, of course, the players of freestyle looking very much in control over the entire map, right? They've got their players well spread out. They've got visions through every possible direction. Now, for clarity, it is a different story, right? They kind of pincer down to that one little side as IQ. Now spotting out TUF. Now we've never had the opportunity to talk a lot about them, right? Just barring that one good game in the final game of the league days, they haven't made themselves really visible, I must say.
I think really for clarity, it's something that we've seen from them in the past as well. Smart play is what gets them those chicken dinners, and it's quite interesting that we're seeing two of our top two teams, I mean really our top two teams from the weekdays coming in over here, Freestyle and Clarity, left amongst the 6 teams that we have left in this 6 circle. Right now, Freestyle, they're ones dominating. They've got this massive compound themselves, while Quantum Rage and Clarity, they're left to much smaller areas in control. 4VTFD with not much cover, just that tiny hill of sorts to try and lie behind. Whereas the final team left amongst all of this is MetershotxSKY. Mary just being like, okay, please kill yourself so I can get better placements quickly.
Oh, there you see the fight's finally starting to happen as Thor gets taken down, and the same goes to be the case with Joker as well, as Virus still in contention but will fall. Now this is the very good fortress that the players of Freestyle are really holding on to. They haven't taken even a single casualty, and look at where Wasi is, right? He has all the vision, all the knowledge, will get the better out of TUF and will wipe them out for good.
I wonder if any team actually tries to capitalize on this, because for a moment you can see the other side of that entire compound was left uncontested by Freestyle, but Clarity choosing not to get out of their houses. They were the closest ones to try and make something happen. Means Freestyle will get away squad-free with an entire squad wipe in their hands now. Again, Freestyle does look like the team in command and control of this zone right now, of this match right now, but a next circle shift towards potentially Clarity or even 4VTFD and Quantum Rage could change everything for these teams. So really it's all about playing out this last 2 maximum zones perfectly, and hope that you don't necessarily give away too much space to your teams to move in. Now we see that zone shift happening actually does end up favoring Clarity quite a bit. They don't have to move at all.
Oh, they certainly do not, and at this particular moment, we've got to see what really happens, because Leon, he is waiting for the right moment to strike, but he's at the same time he's going to be careful about the other teams in the nearby fray as well. And this is what we were talking about, you know, Wasi, who's maintaining that high ground position for him just now, spraying down randomly through that smoke. Will also get the better out of Ash. No is going to be the case, but still no harm done, because his teammate is right beside him to get him back up to full HP.
This nade cooked. Whether it find any damage, we'll have to see. It seems to be no, is the answer. Mary just trying to poke here and there. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm not sure if it was the same nade, but some nade does from Malik does end up knocking a player, and suddenly 4VTFD under massive pressure. They're trying to go in for the slam on Clarity's compound, but do they even have an idea that Clarity is right here? Because Starboy gets shut down. 4VTFD looking in hot trouble and most likely will get wiped out. But Freestyle looking to capitalize on all of this with the third parties coming in. Wasi will find one for himself, and just like that, 4VTFD gets some unintentional help, but not for long. They get wiped, so does Clarity. Freestyle in the perfect moment making the moves to take control of Clarity's compound as well. Take away potentially their biggest competitor to that chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, there's no way this chicken dinner is going out from their clutches over here. But MetershotxSKY, hey, back-to-back top 3 performance. Now, maybe he knows that whatever he does, this result is not going to change. As Freestyle take a very, very good winner chicken dinner, earn themselves that important $500 and much more importantly, get themselves back right on the board, right? Because in the first game, they literally had nothing. They had no points at all. And now after just that second game, they're sitting at the second spot over here.
Freestyle clearly showing up and saying, hey, you know what happened in match 1? That was an anomaly. That was not normal Freestyle, and we're here to turn up. And personally, I appreciate that because I think a team really is defined by the way they respond to lows, the way they respond to mistakes. The ability to come back from bad matches is a team's real identity, and Freestyle really turning up after getting lost in the bottom and not able to secure a single point in their match 1 of Erangel, finding the winner chicken dinner, and in a decisive manner. They played that perfectly.
Oh yeah, I mean, no complaints over there. Freestyle did it absolutely right. They made all the right moves. They were perfect in terms of how they were defending. They had their player stationed at the right spot. And I think at this particular moment, I cannot really ask for anything better than them. But for QWERTY, I think a few eyebrows are definitely going to be raised, considering CA, they dropped off right in the neighborhood, right? They were in San Martin. They did manage to conquer it. They were having a really good footing, and suddenly they just threw it all away.
Yeah, exactly. It did feel like their fight itself potentially took a second too long, and that's why it attracted those third parties coming in. But for now, we'll get to all of this analysis after a short break.
Go.
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
We seem to be ready once again to look into the standings of those previous matches again. Around the fact that Freestyle performing also admirably is something that we have to continue, because after match 1 it did look like they might not be ready to push back, but they certainly showed up when it matters the most, and they take that winner chicken dinner home.
Absolutely, dude. Again, I mean, you talk about FS, they're never going to be too far away from that limelight, you know, and the first game, yeah, definitely did not favor them whatsoever at all, getting eliminated on 15th position, I believe it was, with absolutely no elimination points. So they were sitting at a big 0 at the bottom of the totem bowl. But this game, I mean, walking away with the 11 elimination along with the chicken dinner is definitely going to be pushing them all the way up. And that's going to be a huge undertaking for the side of FS, because now they need to maintain that lead that they've been able to create.
Yeah, exactly, and really able to move forward with this lead is where we're looking to see which teams are able to maintain that consistency. And in that regard, I think one to talk about is going to be MetershotxSKY, who were able to pull off yet again a top 2 performance. It was only Mary surviving till that last moment, but top 2 is top 2, you know.
Exactly. I mean, you walk away with those 12 points for the placement. That's absolutely going to be a big cherry on top with the 7 elimination points that MeterShot had already been confirmed for themselves. So I definitely would agree with the statement. You know, MetershotxSKY is one of those teams that you have to be very, very careful of. I mean, that's not one of those teams that's going to be very over aggressive or trade passively. I mean, they tread it very lightly, you know, across both the edges, and they just trot along. Nobody notices across the LOC, and here they are, you know, at the end finding themselves in the top 3 minimum, or to the top 5 at least.
Yeah, exactly. I think for MetershotxSKY, it is going to be just holding on to that. Our MVP is actually Destroyer from QWERTY, a player who picked up 2 quick eliminations in a matter of seconds as soon as he dropped in this matchup. But unfortunately, woe seems to be the case for Team QWERTY as a whole, because they're just not able to move that into a heavier standing. They're not able to turn that into maybe a chicken dinner of sorts, and just not able to find the form that they showed us in the qualifiers.
Which is true, which is definitely true, and that is something that Yumi and Fixes kind of discussed in the green room as well when the league play started. When it comes to Team QWERTY, they've had their ups and downs actually, and that definitely can be something that you as a player also understand that it definitely gets to you and your gameplay as well. But of course, over time, we definitely do anticipate that from the side of QWERTY, we can see that sort of a limelight performance that was showcased during the qualifiers, where Khan, Wolverine, they all just come alive and they absolutely storm across their opponents. But it seems like there's still a little bit of hope with Destroyer getting those sort of elimination points for his team all by his lonesome. As you move on through to Mari, the dude who got Metershot all the way up to the second position in the second game of the league play day, my apologies, super weekend day. It is just miraculous with 5 elimination points as well. So MetershotxSKY, one thing that we have to admit is all the players seem to be very versatile in this team.
100%. I think that's something that has been their strength in the first 2 matches, and we'll hope to see that continue in the rest. But I think another standout performer in that top 5 was Crypto, really stepping up for SALTxi8, a player that we were all looking forward to coming into this entire PMPL weekend, and he really able to step up to the mark. So we'll have to see if he can continue as well. But Freestyle, they are the heroes right now of Miramar, able to pick up easy winner chicken dinner, and the stats really scream of what we saw in the matchup, which is the fact that you can see they dealt an insane amount of damage, got the LMs knocks, but what really stands out to me is the very little damage received, and that screams of the fact that that compound they were able to secure real nice and early. That helped them out an insane amount. It was very hard to attack them while they were there. It was very easy for them to attack people while they were there.
Exactly, and that also kind of falls back onto the communication that you have within the team, within the squad itself, and that of course is something that this team has been working on for quite some time, and it is clearly visible as well. When we move on to the match summary, we do have from the side of QWERTY, Destroyer taking on the highest eliminations as well as the highest damage dished out throughout the entirety of the game, but the longest distance goes down to Clarity, Dani, along with the highest assist coming into 4 for Zibian.
Very well done right here by Destroyer. Hopefully he at least individually is able to continue this form. Whereas on the other hand, I think Clarity, they're a team that clearly, I think, showing us that they've got what it takes, but maybe a little too cautious in their approach is what I would say, because they ended up getting caught in the crossfire between they ended up getting caught when they were fighting with 4v-TFD for their compound. Freestyle came, wiped effectively both of them out. So maybe if Clarity had been a little more decisive, attacked Freestyle a little earlier, things could have gone differently, but that's a lot of maybes. I think what we can expect from Clarity is consistency in those performances, irrespective of which map they're playing on. So I'm sure we'll see this team back in contention for that chicken dinner quite soon. But really, again, the team that stands out to me from the last Erangel top 5 is that MetershotxSKY, 19 points again on the board, comfortably holding on to their #1 spot in the overall rankings.
Definitely, but it definitely pains me to say that when it comes to the side of the Grounders, Regicide, R3D, I mean, these are teams, Magnus for that matter as well, sitting on the 11th position. These are teams that definitely can do a lot better than what they are performing right now. And this underperformance for first game can be anticipated. For the second game, all right, but then third game onwards, you have to start rectifying those mistakes. And if these teams are not able to do so on day #1 of the Super Weekend itself, then it's going to get that much more trickier for these teams as they push on through.
Oh yeah, 100%, and it's gonna get that much more difficult for them to try and find a key position after the end of the first Super Weekend. You want to be feeling comfortable, you want to be able to take the momentum into the second week of league stage and try to pull something off, but hey, we'll see. Even H2E, I think another team that was in the top 5 in the first match of Erangel, but clearly not able to replicate that form today. I think really spread out in their approach today, and I think what we got to see in this match of Miramar is that a single moment can really destroy an entire team. For example, that moment with the car blowing up, Respect doing brilliantly, but again, not able to translate those moments into actual chicken dinners or great placement points overall.
Yeah, that becomes quintessential, and that is something that not every team is able to capitalize upon, because you need to have that sort of a mindset as you jump into the fight itself, and many teams practice a different sort of a strategy many a times. But moving on through to the game replay itself, the open moments, we do have some amazing skill shots being showcased from the side of Freestyle. 4v-TFD is another team that I did want to mention as well. When it comes down to kind of consistent play that they are being showcasing today, it is different play style that they anticipated during the league plays, and that is working for them. I mean, previous game they were in the top 5, I believe. No, in the top 8, and then in this game also they came out with decent numbers. And overall, a team that during the league plays was looking difficult is well performing decently. So again, like you so perfectly mentioned, one good game, or never mind one good game, one good moment can very well push yourself into, you know, the top 8 onto the first page itself, or it can very well bring you down, as we're looking at from the side of Magnus, from the side of Regicide and FMxR3D. It's just not cooking for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see if they can get that cooking in the rest of the matches available today.
Yep.
We still have 3 more matches to go, 2 Erangels and 1 Sanhok. So maybe one of these lower end teams are able to bounce back, because Freestyle certainly did. They were in the bottom half in the first match of Erangel. They picked up the chicken dinner in this second match. And now as we head back to Erangel, we'll have to see which of these teams are able to do the same. I think really one team from the bottom half that I want to see step up is Regicide, because when you look back to the league stage, this was a team at least on day 1 that really turned up, but since then has not able to replicate that form just yet.
Exactly, right. And that is something that for now, again, I mean, another point to add on to that is going to be for day number 1, right? The best thing that is working for these 16 teams is the fact that this is just day number 1 of the Super Weekend. And as so perfectly stated from the performance from Freestyle, the stark performance from game 1 to game 2, I mean, clearly indicated that they have pushed on forth and they are going to be now part of the top 5 positions, if not in the top 3 maybe, right? So on day number 1, what these teams need to understand is that day number 1, they can very well make that comeback. One really good game, because the point difference is not that much for you to jump up from that second page all the way up to the top, or all the way up to the top 5. But if you let go of this day 1 opportunity itself, then things are going to start hitting you that much more intensely from tomorrow onwards, because it is not going to be an easy task for the teams to make a comeback story, because you know that mental pressure, it gets to these teams. Of course, they're in the end humans, they're just players. No matter how much experience you have, the pressure level gets to a certain level when it becomes very difficult to even have a normal conversation as the match is going on. Look at that 14 position jump, come on.
From 16th to now directly to second, basically lost the second in the matter of 1 match. That really shows you the power of the chicken dinner, especially this early. But then you can see the gap created between MetershotxSKY and the second place, which is Freestyle right now. The gap shows you the power of consistency. So MetershotxSKY will look to continue that consistency and hope to find themselves at that number 1 spot at the end of this day as well. Now, what is really interesting as well, Blotter, is going to be the fact that we're getting to see from teams like 4VTFT a much better performance than we saw in the league stage.
Yep.
A 5-place jump from number 8 to number 3. So clearly, again, a team that is just looking to get into that top spot, looking to consistently finish in that top 5 in terms of placements, but while charming in terms of eliminations as well. But SALTxi8 and Magnus, 11th and 12th, those are not teams I'm expecting over there.
Look at that number right there. On the 11th position is SALTxi8 Esports, yes. But look at that number. Elimination is 12. Placement points is just 1. Come on. Now, if this is... come on, this definitely makes clear sense that SALTxi8 Esports is one of those teams that is very well equipped to handle the pressure, to take on the aggression, and everything can be brought against their opponents. But, I mean, if you're not going to be able to get those placement points, then no matter how many elimination points you end up accumulating for yourself, in the end, it's just going to be for Noel.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to take your fights a little smarter. You've got to be able to understand when is the right moment to move in, where you're really committing yourself and how much so. But right now, I think what most teams are concerned about is this simple fact that they just get themselves warmed up, you know, and I think SALTxi8, they're certainly warmed up. They just got to get their decision making slightly better so that they can perform on a similar note. But what about Magnus, Blot? I think this is a team that only turned up on day 1 of league stage. Since then, it's been continuously downhill for them. They've just not been able to find that form again.
That is true. I mean, Magnus, Magnus is one of those teams that made it really easy. I mean, as they moved on along into the league plays itself, they were looking very comfortable as they pushed on from one game to the next. But after that, things got really intense for them because now this is the moment, right? I mean, it's all down to the Super Weekend. If you're able to perform in the Super Weekend, is what will make your statement count in the league, in this PMPL. During the league plays, all it is for you to be able to grab that opportunity to be a part of the Super Weekend, and that is something that Magnus, I think, failed to understand. They brought on their strategies a bit too quickly, a bit too early, and now they've reached a position where, again, it's too early to say. I don't want to jinx it, but all right, I've said enough. I'll keep my fingers crossed for the side of Magnus. I think shouldn't be that blunt and open as well, I think.
No, I get what you're saying, though. I think on one hand, I do agree with you that they do need to have something more to show in this Super Weekend, but I also think on the other hand, it's just a case of them really maybe being too hesitant. Just maybe if they play their natural game, they'll find success in it overall. Maybe they don't need to think about those strategies a little too much.
Perhaps that could be the case. That could very well be the case. But again, I mean, when it comes down to Magnus, the way that they always approach these games, right? I mean, when it comes to Erangel itself, they most of the times go towards Gatka. Earlier, in fact, during qualifiers itself, I had seen them go mostly down towards Milta and Zarki. So they are bringing in a little bit of a different approach to this PMPL, of course, but it seems like they just need to find the comfort in that strategy that they are approaching with, and that is something that is a little bit missing from their playstyle. But again, I mean, today you also have the X Factor map, Sanhok, that's going to be played next, and that could be one of those maps that a few of these teams had been waiting for to bring themselves all the way up.
Yeah, and we'll have to see which teams are able to capitalize on that map, but not right now. Right now, we're going to head back to the most comfortable, the most basic, yet the most, for me at least, fun map to play and watch and cost. Erangel it is once again. And looking at this screen, Blotter, I have to ask you, what is your PUBG Mobile playing position? Because we see some players leaned up on their chair into the phone. We see some players sitting back against their bed. I saw one player just lying down straight on his bed. So clearly a wealth of options for you to pick from.
That is true. That is very, very true. But when it comes down to this, there is something that needs to be spoken about, and that is, your posture. And I have made it so worse for myself, honestly, dude. I kid you not. Playing the game for so many extended durations of hours at late at night, just lying down on your bed and just crouching along, and you don't realize it because you're so intense and busy in the game, but then you do that often, and yeah, that thing gets back to you. So all the viewers who are listening, who end up playing the game, just keep in mind, after a game or two, take a little bit of walk, mates. I mean, give your body that respect that it deserves. But again, when it comes to the battleground, that is where you do not give any respect to any opponent body that comes out in front of you, because then it's all out war. And right off the bat, as we can see, the flight path taken off from Stalberg going all the way down to military base. It's definitely going to be helping Star as well as 52X, because Rage is always comfortable all the way down towards the Stalberg Kamishki region. And for the side of Team Star, they are absolutely well versed. So a decent turn of events for these teams. Now, we do know Clarity loves to go to Giorgio. Hold on, what did you notice?
Sosnovka, the standard drop of SALTxi8 seems to be potentially being contested by TUF right now. And we've got the Northwestern drop. So I'm excited to see with this TUF drop right in the face of SALTxi8, do we get to see that early fight erupt?
It definitely has to happen, right? It has to happen. Come on, finally, there is a team in the lobby that wants to take on SALTxi8 head on. I say, go on, gladiators, make it happen, because that's what we're waiting for, I mean, I8, they have been sitting on that military base for a long time, and now it's time that they, be shown that you gotta work to be able to call military base your own island. On the other front, as we move on to the center of the zone, as we were just talking about it, my apologies, Clarity loves to go to Giorgio, and that is where they're slowly parachuting, floating down towards. On the other side of course, the map is going to be the Milta Power, where we do see 4VTFD making their comfort known, and alongside is going to be Team QWERTY and R3G a couple of miles away from their position.
Yeah, I think I'm just excited to see that action erupt between SALTxi8 and TUF, potentially even MetershotxSKY in that duo right there. Because if they get wind of the fact that there's a fight erupting in military base, they're not too far in Nova Repnoid themselves. They might potentially try to chime in, get that third party on. But right now, a team that got that early shot in Miramar, I think a production was expecting, hey, they did it once, maybe they'll do it again. And that's not the case right now. No drop contest for QWERTY in that map with Erangel so far. But overall, we're just seeing most of the players pick up some early loot, pick up some early vehicles, and go for the rotate as they try to get their positions in the circles secured. And that's going to be very important with this northwestern circle, Blotter, because a lot of this area is empty. Clarity is a team, again, because of their standard Georgopol drop, that is going to get a wealth of loot with Georgopol, Hospital, Ruins area all to themselves, and going to be a key location in this circle. And I just wonder once again, I wanted that Irwin finish in the last match. Maybe we'll get it here. Maybe a Georgopol containers finish here. That would be pretty cool.
That would be. That definitely, dude, if it goes down to Georgopol, definitely this is going to be a really, really exciting game. But we shall see where the cookie is going to crumble from the PUBG gods on the other front. When it comes down to that TUF drop on the military base, I'm still questioning it. What was the approach there? I mean, they went exactly, were they predicting the, I mean, they had already seen the zone drawn towards the northwestern front, right? So when they dropped, so I don't understand that. They've gone to the exact, well, never mind that, because it seems like a very free kill coming in for the side of Freestyle's Black, where 3x Coronas were not entirely sure what he was up to, but well, it seems like the wheelies definitely did not favor him, as he has been knocked and brought down, but the elimination has not been confirmed. So it seems like Freestyle, Wasi and Black, they are going to try and lure 3x's teammates towards that position. And there you go, Ali clearly letting them know where they're at.
Yeah, Wasi will pick up that first blood, and just like that, 3x under some early pressure will end up costing them in the long run, losing that member quite so early, because it's not like the pressure is done and dusted. You can see the rest of 3x's members quite close on the screen. If Freestyle do elect to either stick around or stay close, Freestyle map pressure, or I'm actually looking at the map and noticing that we've got Regicide coming in from the farm area that might actually catch 3x off guard. So that area right now around the Milta farm shelter could mean disaster for 3x if they're not able to get themselves out of there real quick.
That is so very true indeed. But one thing that's favoring for the side of 3x is the fact that they had a compound, right? They had a compound working for them, and that is going to be maybe their plus point. Never mind, as I can clearly see on the map, they have definitely left the comfort of the of that compound, and they are going to be moving away to perhaps find themselves in the center of the zone. Now, this is where Rosehawk is owned every single time when it comes to the drops from FM side, FMxR3D. So this is going to be a very, very difficult sided conversation for the side of R3D, because they are going to have 3x as well as FS and maybe even Regicide join into the fray right there at Rosehawk, where they are stationed right now.
And it's going to be quite an interesting shout, with all of the teams actually potentially looking to reach there. Like you said, Blotter, that Rosehawk area is also crucial, and it's in the minds of several teams. FMxR3D, they'll get there first, but I think potentially 3x and Regicide have their eyes on it too. And you can see an early forward scout from Freestyle, making sure that no one gets it for free, while two members from Wasi and Black, they stay back. They'll be warning him, bro, you've got some heavy trouble coming towards you, make sure you're safe.
Exactly, you better be safe, because every single player surviving till the end matters in this game right here. Every single game, in fact, over the Super Weekend. And FS definitely trying to hold on to that exact same strat. Definitely keeping that two-man split, but not too far away from each other. And when it comes down to the fights themselves and the zone itself, this is just first zone. We're just 7 minutes in, and we're already looking at these teams making some very early aggressive pushes and making a sentence and statement into the zone altogether itself. And now this is where FS seems to have caught themselves. Not probably, yeah. They're going to go down to the compound and just stick around over through that edge, and right at that edge, right next to the compound that FS is going to be finding themselves at, is going to be the side of Team QWERTY. So we shall have to see if FS, yep, there we go, Team QWERTY making that same exact rotation. Will they stop at this compound, or will they completely bypass it? We shall see, because that is where the fight is going to be lingering.
exactly. And look at this. Right now, Freestyle is in quite a dangerous position, I'd say, because they've got that 2-1-1 split almost going with 2 forward scouts and a player each backing them up. And they've got their eyes on QWERTY, but Tyrant is just stuck in between a couple of haystacks. Not the greatest of cover overall, and QWERTY will look to make him pay. They've knocked him down. Wilbury with that knock, now with the Molotov looking to finish him off.
Dude, Team QWERTY is back in action. I mean, even though I would definitely have given one up to FS and the way that they had flanked their players and created that wonderful funnel for Team QWERTY to attack into, FS Malik as well as Tyrant could have right now been opening fire right here where Team QWERTY has pushed on along inside the compound. But, well, Team QWERTY had different ideas in their mind, and now it is going to be Team FS's Wasi who's trying to get that nade cooked up but will not do any damage whatsoever at all, and Destroyer being the man who is going to be pushing on against the positioning of FS. Now Wasi out in the open will be able to definitely stop the push coming in from the right hand side flank, and thus leaving Destroyer and Gravity all to their lonesome. But Gravity has done it all by himself. One perfectly cooked nade is all it took, and FS are nowhere to be seen. They were playing it safe. They were playing it as if they were probably going to be able to hold that compound on for long, but Team QWERTY had a different agenda in mind, and Team QWERTY are definitely motivated to get this game, get the Super Weekend in their favor. And now I'm just now noticing that there are still teams making rotation from that blue zone.
Yeah, exactly. There are several teams left far behind. SALTxi8, 3x, 4VTFD, QWERTY as well that we just saw in action, and Team Grounders, but Team Grounders actually are able to get themselves into the circle in the nick of time, and they will actually get access to that hospital area, which is quite empty, and with this circle again taking a northwestern shift, potentially quite lucrative as well. But we'll have to see. For now, it is just going to be all of these teams trying to find themselves in good spots, but Spark spots out Voltrux, but a bit of a whiff on that spray. Voltrux was quite stationary for a bit, could have taken him out, but that's okay. It's Voltrux's lucky day. He managed to escape with his life.
He absolutely does, and in doing so will definitely be able to give his teammates a sign of relief, because they do want to have R3G, that is, they do want to have all 4 players surviving, and they do want to be able to make a really good firm grip on this map right now, because it is going to be so very important for Regicide to be able to do so, to be able to maintain their position on the first page. As of now, they are being followed with the likes of Quantum, it seems like, and Quantum Rage are not going to want to take this opportunity away, because they want those elimination points for themselves. 10.5 minutes in, 15 teams still surviving, with the first airdrop AUG available for these players right next to the shooting range. And again, I mean, I want to see where the zone is going to be constructing down towards, or if it's going to shift altogether or not. And with that, we go back to a replay with the perfectly set up nade from QWERTY's Gravity that resulted in the end and demise of Freestyle.
I mean, I think perfectly placed seems an understatement, even though it's the perfect way to describe it, because damn, the timing on that nade got both of them on, using that information he had through his vision just absolutely perfectly. Again, some early success for QWERTY, taking out our match 2's chicken dinners in terms of Freestyle, who seem to be just not able to find any momentum in Erangel. Erangel doesn't seem to be their match of choice right now on day 1 of the Super Weekend. Just not able to find any success, but we'll have to see, can QWERTY translate this early elimination into much more. Right now though, SALTxi8, they've spotted out Kaizen. They're gonna finish him off, but do they know that his teammates are on either corner right on their sides? Because Miracle's got their eye on him. He waves a little bit and lets Whistle get away with his life. No, Miracle, you cannot do that, my man.
He was so on point, and yet so far, it is unbelievable. I mean, it is a miracle that Miracle's shots did not land. But, well, GG. I mean, second life, cat life given down to the players of SALTxi8, and SALTxi8 definitely going to be able to move away from this position of the school apartments to get themselves once again into the comfort of the zone. And where they're making that rotation from, there are going to be a couple of teams right next to their vicinity as well. So Team QWERTY is going to be waiting. There we go, Rozok on the map, and right next to them is 3x. 3x I don't think is going to be too much interested in that fight, but Team QWERTY can very well bring a little bit of a blowback to SALTxi8's rotation right here.
Almost definitely. Right now, again, this circle taking a bit of a centralized shift right here, still including those dodgeable containers. So my hope very much alive with regards to potentially getting this into that containers area for that final circle. But still, with 15 teams to go, we're still very early into the game to talk about that. So we'll have to see how it does end up panning out. Also have to see what prediction these teams have with respect to that, with respect to where they think the circle is going to end up landing out. Because right now, a lot of teams are making their way to Georgopol. TUF is getting into the hospital area. We've seen Magnus pick up the mountain range south of Georgopol. So quite a number of different predictions for all of these teams. And towards the north of Georgopol, we see 52x Rage and Quantum Rage picking up that mountain range. So all of these areas are going to come into battle, especially that Georgopol northern area with 4 teams right now entering the circle from that. Certainly going to be a bloodbath immediately.
This is going to be a chaotic bloodbath, that's for sure. I mean, we're 13 minutes into the game and still we are looking at 15 teams surviving. So that is a huge number, and third parties are definitely going to be right around the corner as we jump in with this third zone that is going to be played right here in front of us. 4VTFD making a slice in front of this, and well, it seems like Regicide Johnny with the Scarl was definitely well equipped and prepped to bring that player down, as 4VD's Dani tried his level best to get into the comfort of the trunk to get that cover, but was not allowed. And Johnny, from one team to the next, rages on against the player of 52x Rage. That's going to be faster, and his crosshairs has been knocked, but the elimination has not been confirmed, and it seems like Regicide's player are going to be pushing on to confirm just that.
Yeah, look at this. Again, Regicide have that option to shut down 52x Rage nice and early. They spotted out Pharaoh, but it seems to be the theme of this Erangel blotter. Just free shots that he's not able to take. Zen seems to be taken down. Will be finished by Clarity. I wonder where he is. Pharaoh again will escape by the skin of his teeth. What is going on? Okay, never mind. He's not.
So honestly, I mean, you have to question it in certain sense, CA, because when the day started off, right, game number 1, game number 2, they went like so swift, and they were like quick breeze going through from one game to the next. And then in the third one, it seems like the lobby has come to an understanding that, hey, what's happening? We have to be careful. Every single game counts. And it seems like not only 1 or 2 teams, every single team has realized that now we have to play better, we have to play safe, and that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, there are some early signs of aggression and over-aggression being showcased, but they're just for a second or two while making rotation. Apart from that, teams are still somehow in this small little area able to find their own holding. But I spoke too soon, because not for long, as the zone constricts once again, and now is definitely going to be the moment for these teams to start popping off heads. And again, talk about comfort zone. I don't know which team is going to be in the comfort zone, because there weren't many teams who were looking comfortable into the center of the circle.
Oh, there we go. Destroyer will be able to finish off Wash from 4VTFD as well. QWERTY still, though, not in the greatest of positions, under a lot of pressure right now from the other side. A lot of smoke cover being set up for Gravity to try and get to Wolverine, but Wolverine himself, he's been taken down quite low. Will get knocked out, and that seems to be the end of Gravity as well, with just one nade. Another one comes in, and just like that, Grenadier Johnny will make sure that QWERTY, they don't get that value. Again, a good start for QWERTY, but not so great. A mid-match right here as they fall prey to another team, and they go down quite early. They're not out just yet, Plotter, but their chances of getting some good points on board in this match looking quite low, and with them, Star as well. All of them grouped up, all of them taking a ton of damage.
Absolutely. I mean, in this smaller zone, if you start popping off smokes, you're definitely giving away your information to your opponents, and that is something that Quantum Rage realized so perfectly that, well, now they are just being bombarded with those nades coming in from the side of Quantum Rage, where they are wanting to just confirm those elimination points with 3 points already confirmed for the side of Quantum Rage. They're not going to back down. There we go. Spark bringing in that action-packed spray. Hunk goes down. Emerge goes down. God Fury, the only man surviving with 50% health. Will he be able to retaliate? Will he be able to get at least one elimination point against Quantum Rage's aggressive stance? Seems unlikely, actually. And Team QWERTY's final player, as you were just mentioning, CA, has been eliminated as well. So here we are, 17 minutes in, 12 teams are remaining, and the chaos is just starting right now.
Exactly, the chaos seems to be very much in flow. We've seen SALTxi8 trying to get to Ism real quick to get the revive on, while pressuring this team at the same time, and I'm seeing one lonely player. Is that? I'm not sure which team that's from actually. Oh, no, it's still TUF that we get to see. I'm really curious to see that brown circle that I see on the map right next to TUF. Who is that? Oh, it's MetershotxSKY.
It is
I think
MS,
it's
yes.
MetershotxSKY.
Yep. It is. That is true. The one final player from the side of Metershot. And there he is, Ash. All by his lonesome, just holding on the fort, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, because that's again a strategy that Metershot applies so perfectly that it works out every single time for them. But this time around, it is going to be SALTxi8 that's going to be helping out MetershotxSKY's final player Ash to stay true to their word, because Salt is bringing the aggressive stance that was being taken against MetershotxSKY's players from the side of TUF. Well, SALTxi8 comes in and they just completely stop TUF in their tracks and annihilate whatever play that TUF might have tried to make.
Absolutely, and at this point, really, for MetershotxSKY, it's all about that survival factor. You can see that player still in the blue zone. Will sneak up on TUF right here.
Nice.
It shuts them down. While meanwhile, on the other side, H2E eliminating XGeneration. Ash has found TUF has eliminated them completely. And because of the way the blue zone is positioned, I think he's going to get away with this. I think SALTxi8 are just going to run away from here, meaning Ash will be able to survive that much longer.
I don't know. I mean, Crypto was definitely looking back again and again because he heard the gunshot that Ash had against the final player of TUF, but not entirely sure for how long, because this is going to be his final first stage, right? And he has to rush and get into the zone, and it actually does seem like he might just be able to get away with this. 10 teams surviving, SALTxi8 just completely owning this entire zone like it's their own. Not entirely sure what mojo has gotten into them, but finally they're gonna cool it down. They're gonna put their heads down at the edge of the zone, coming in from the south.
Oh, now Crypto spots out H2E. Suddenly, all of that pressure the SALTxi8 had at the edge of the circle, once again continuing on to the edge of this next circle as they look to hold on and push on to Assad. But Assad, oh my God, survives by the skin of his teeth. Just his car being his wonder car right now. But Uzum seems to have got his flank. He will most likely shut him down, right? Surely, Uzum, come on.
Okay, Blade's gone down from the side of SALTxi8, and Blade's confirmed point will be taken away from Assad. So I guess even if there's a trade, Assad has definitely done his job, and that's going to be to eliminate his opponent. And that is not it. He's still not done, because H2E's Dread is going to be coming on around to help the cause that H2E's Assad was trying to hold his dear life for. And in doing so, it seems like this entire trick has backfired for H2E coming in stronger. But Salt, sadly not. SALTxi8 not looking too good. But they've had a decent run. Nothing taken away from their play.
Yeah, exactly. A decent run indeed for SALTxi8, but not something they'll be happy about just yet. Still, Crypto is alive, so many a thing can happen, especially with this circle heading to potentially a river finish right here, a water finish right here. But right now, QWERTY is a team that seems to be quite comfortable in their position, as well as Magnus putting H2E under pressure, but H2E just using those trees, trying to hold on for dear life now. Again and again, what we're seeing blotted is all of these teams trying to just, especially around this 5th, 6th circle, take these long range fights, just look to pop some heads, find some damage before committing onto something. But so far, no team has been able to find it, and TmwEsports just going for a bit of spray across the smokes, not finding that damage just yet.
Well, one thing that's working for the side of QWERTY Esports once again is the compound for them. They've got all 4 members surviving. They've got 3 elimination points, and it seems like the information to 420 Boy has been... he's questioning it. But nevertheless, I mean, again, going back to the conversation at hand, they have the compound working for them. They've got that watchtower all by themselves, and 4VTFD's player has, Leon has definitely been caught, and Adil was trying, or maybe even might still try with the nade to get that elimination point for himself. And far away, Magnus's Respect is going to be waiting for Quantum Rage's Spark to pop off some head, but it seems like Respect's play has backfired upon him, and right now Magnus Esports' Cairo just waiting patiently for any fish to pop off its head, and they will get that elimination point easy. And it seems like Magnus's mom too is the dude who's actually in the water trying to get as much information relayed to his teammates, and now Cairo jumps in as well. So MetershotxSKY's Ash, final player surviving for his team. SALTxi8 Crypto, final player surviving for his team. FMxR3D's final player surviving as well. So these three teams, these three players are the only lonesome survivors, and they're trying their level best to get that placement point for their team.
Cairo put under a lot of pressure. Not finished just yet though. So still this opportunity for Cairo to maybe try to sneak away, but not for long. Pika will finish him off, and now in the water are the hopes of several a team. Crypto in there, Pika in there, as well as Magnus's couple of players, while QWERTY hold on to their dry ground, hold on and hope that they'll be able to find value in that dry ground right here. But it's really going to come down to how this final circle, how this next circle shifts, and it's going to come down to whether Mom2 is feeling himself with respect to whether or not he's going to find opposition. But look at the water. Ash and Pika, they swim by each other. Okay, they're just going to take a bath with each other, I guess. Nope, finally starting to trade blows. Pika most likely should take Ash down right there.
Well, he might be able to, but then again, they're both in the water, so a tricky situation for both those players. And for the side of Magnus's Mom2, I mean, he did have a lot of nade parades set up, but sadly, none of them have come to fruition, and his nades is just getting wasted right now. 8 teams still surviving, and in all of this, keep in mind, in all of this, QWERTY Esports, they're just chilling. They haven't given away any audio queue. Initially they did, and now Magnus's entire approach has been set up towards H2E, and H2E's entire approach is down south across that bridge as to whatever team is there. But QWERTY is onto the sides. Nobody's interested in them. Nobody's even looking on to them. And this is going to say something for how QWERTY plays, because it's just mind games.
Exactly, QWERTY just able to hold on to their position for dear life. Crypto will end up falling prey to the circle. Denies that elimination point, so fair enough, Crypto, but that's the end of SALTxi8 again in the 8th position, so not going to help their standings whatsoever. We've got 7 teams left on board, and again, one player of MetershotxSKY amongst those 7 teams. I'm curious to see if he ends up making it to that top.
Seriously.
Wait, what? Pika? Ash? Okay.
Well, he's just learning how to be a fish, so he's just chilling around, he's testing the waters, you know, and of course Ash is right there by his side to give that moral support perhaps, and Magnus's Mom2 finally jumps into the water. He's like, dude, I've been wasting my nades towards this side of the bridge for such a long time. Where in the world are these lads? And well, he seems like he's going to be able to get his answer pretty soon, but he's also going to find himself in the water right next to them, so Kumbaya is the answer. But on the other front, for the side of QWERTY, now finally they get out of their comfort zone, now they finally get out of the compound that they were in, it seems like, and now they might just be able to push on along. But you know what, a commendable team to actually bring up is going to be H2E, dude. Compared to League Play days and the way that they are actually playing every single game right here in the Super Weekend, it definitely is kudos to them.
Yeah, most definitely. I think H2E have been standout, at least in Erangel. Do not have the greatest of Miramars, but in Erangel so far, so good. Now the circle, it baited us for that water finish, but it says nope. Has shifted towards those land areas, which means Ash and Pika, well, they can't say Kumbaya anymore. They've got to get their hands dirty, and it seems like Pika is the one who pulls the knife out of Ash's back, and he's like, so long, my friend, see you maybe later. But he's gonna pay the price with karma coming in the form of Hacker. H2E finishes them off, and just like that, we're down to 3 teams.
Well, down to 3 teams, 11 players surviving. Quantum Rage looking really confident and comfortable with Sirius, Spark, IQ, Alpha with amazing kill points for themselves, and this is going to definitely be helping them because they've got all 4 players surviving. So it's a conversation between Quantum Rage and QWERTY, but H2E is still alive. I mean, Hacker has been knocked and Pan is down. Assad and Dread are still the 2 players surviving for the side of H2E, and if they're able to hold that fort strong and bring in a little bit of a chaotic play against QWERTY Esports, which 420 is definitely not going to be allowed, and thus it results to a 4v4 between these 2 teams, Quantum and QWERTY.
Quantum and QWERTY right now looking like the teams most likely to take it all away, with both of them only left right now in this match. QWERTY in a way better position than Quantum because they've got the compound to themselves, while Quantum are stuck in this open area trying to use their smokes to build some cover for themselves as they move forward and try to get into the very edges and crannies of this circle. But Zibian on the edge of the smoke spots out Sirius. He's gonna shut him down, and suddenly all of Quantum Rage in disarray. Spark picks up the airdrop while he's at it, but it's not going to mean much because Divyan is being a pain in the butt for Quantum right now, but they shut him down. Spark with the nade finds TmwEsports as well. Quantum Rage, they're turning it around and potentially for the winner chicken dinner. All of Clarity's hopes, all of Clarity's dreams seem to be going down in vain, but from the back, Danny coming up huge. It's a 1v1 blotter for this winner chicken dinner. Danny versus IQ right now. Danny using that airdrop to the cover. IQ using that small area in the back. Who will find success?
Well, who's going to find a success? It seems like Dani just found out where exactly the IQ for QR's player has moved him through, and it is going to be, of course, the perfectly set up nade, but that's not going to be enough because IQ, even though he tries to make some jump shots, it's just not going to be enough. But with that M249 in the hand of Dani, it is maybe going to be the game. No, it will not, because the bullets run out, and IQ takes the better half of that fight with a perfect set of crosshair. 14 elimination chicken dinner coming into favor of Quantum Rage. An incredible feat being showcased from the side of both of these teams. But yeah, Quantum Rage, they were on a class apart.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Quantum Rage, despite not having the compound cover the way Clarity did, despite being the ones on the back foot, they find that winner chicken dinner, making us 3 for 3 unique winners in our first day of the Super Weekend.
Hey, that's
This is so far turning out really thrilling.
Absolutely, but you know what? I'm more thrilled for the upcoming game as well, because now, for the first time in the PMPL Pakistan region, we're going to be jumping into Sanhok, and the teams, I'm sure, are going to be eagerly waiting for the map, basically. But which team is it going to be that shall retaliate or come up on top? That's a conversation for another time, because right now, the game that just took place, this was quite a lot of bloodbath, chaos, mess through and through. What do you think, dude?
Oh, absolutely, man. You can see I got my hair ruffled throughout that as well, because it was very hard to control. Our third Erangel, we saw a lot of teams really stepping up to the mark. Quantum Rage turning it around. Clarity, they're bound to be frustrated, because that's now the third match in a row. It feels like the finish line is oh so close. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but just not ends up happening. But hey, what can you do?
Exactly, dude. What can one do apart from just stick your head exactly to that forefront and just keep at it, and that's the only approach that you've got, because it's a long 3-week affair before we jump into the finals itself. So 3 weeks, it's a long time. I mean, league plays, super weekends, all of these teams, they have the wonderful opportunity to be able to bring that sort of a play style, if not from week 1, from week 2. Maybe week 1 they just end up utilizing all of these games for their homework stead. But yeah, enough said. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Go.
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, not gonna lie. See, I mean, at this point, basically, my eyes had almost seen everything, right? Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. That is all I could say because for a moment, I was on the sidelines. Of course, for a moment, I was, watching how things were panning out, what really happened in the last game. I'm gonna say this loud and clear. It was purely Clarity's game, and they just threw it out of the window, right?
Yeah.
There's no other way. There's no way I could really justify. But at the same time, this mad lad in front of my screen over here, I think has made a lot of fans the way he's performed today, right? I mean, he's impressed every single one of them. Quantum Rage doing everything just right in that very last moment, right? Right
Yeah.
from not just making a single smoke path, but to going for a double smoke path. Zibian, he had all the corner, he had all the vision. He managed to get one, but the Quantum Rage players getting him the right trades, ensuring keeping him out of play. Now, where Clarity really made those mistakes here was the fact that they swapped places with Quantum Rage, which was not really called for.
It was unnecessary. I feel like they gave in to the chaos that was in that last final team versus team fight for the chicken dinner. And like you said, they swapped the places. I'm thinking maybe to try and get the finishers on the rest of the Quantum Rage players, but that's kind of unnecessary because I'm sure in that last moment they're not going to go for the revives. You're going to try to finish it off rather than go for resurrections if you're Quantum Rage. But of course, that is mistakes made by Clarity. What is very important is to point out the composure shown by Quantum Rage. Despite losing that member early to Zibian, they make the smart call, understand that Zibian is a solo member on the flank. They rush him down, they shut him down, and then they take his position for themselves and get themselves a foothold in that battle. So very well done in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to give it to these boys, the way they've been playing, and it was sort of coming, right? Especially since how they did perform in the league stages, entering into the Super Weekend. Well, they had a little bit of a shaky start, but eventually managed to find their foothold. And once they did, they never looked back. And, it's just not about serious anymore. It is also IQ stepping it up. In fact, the entire team, Spark also making sure, did put in the right efforts in getting the right assists. But, yeah, a lot of questions are going to be raised at Clarity's decision over there. Look at the match summary. It's all black and red. And, well, quite deserved chicken dinner, I must say. But there's one more team that I think we really need to touch upon is 4v TFT. I think so far in the games that they've played, they've been very, very consistent here.
Yeah, 100%. They've been managing to sneak into that top half almost every single time, and we'll have to see if they can keep continuing. But taking a look at the zone analysis, fixes. For a moment over here, I was hopeful that we might get the containers finish, and then the PUBG Mobile gods were like, you got hopeful, psych.
You were close. That is all they can say. You maybe have some more pieces of chicken, but regardless, the moment I saw this zone, I clearly knew it was either going towards ruins or it was going towards the circle that clearly formed upon us. Now, of course, this sort of a circle will really help teams like Clarity and Quantum Rage, both being in nearby contention to each other. Where at this particular moment, everyone sort of knew, like no one can really snatch this game away from Clarity if they play it right. But Quantum Rage made the right movements at the right time, especially them banking on the hope that the circle takes a shift towards them, towards the very end. That clearly did not happen, but they still did not give up. Now, we had a lot of fights breaking around, especially around a little bit of a water area that we had. So many squads just getting wiped out. Now, H2E, they just played their hearts out, but they were in such a bad spot over there. They had to, at some point or the other, make a rush towards where Clarity was, quite pertaining to the reason why, because the circle was not favoring them. Now, the only legit justifiable reason I can find that why Danny made such a movement was maybe he wanted to keep the center of the circle to himself in that last few moments. But Quantum Rage, but IQ being so quick in thinking, his movements and his teammates lying knocked down over there really helped him in that cause. But as we take a look at how this match has panned out, again, the same old story for SALTxi8 getting 6 points, but nothing really doing in the positioning department, I think they've had their mindset to, go all guns blazing, nothing looking back. They don't care about position points here.
Yeah, really, and I think that's something that maybe will become a concern for them come day 3 at least. I think day 2 is something they can use to balance it out, but day 3 it will become a concern for sure. But right now, looking at our Oppo moments, we saw from SALTxi8 itself, fights picked again all around the field, and again it was something that we've started to appreciate as the trend of today, maybe, where these teams are just very happy to take any fight they get.
Yeah, I mean, of course, now, I'm still kind of confused because this is way more than the pace that we're accustomed to, right, in Erangel. This is just too much, even for my own liking. Of course, everyone loves those actions, panning out. But this is the moment we need to understand, right? Every single game counts. And SALTxi8, I do not know. I mean, I think they've already made so much money from the previous tournaments that they've played. Maybe these $500 do not buck them a lot. They're looking at the bigger picture. They want to win the entire thing altogether. But you've got to act upon baby steps. Now, this is where IQ made such phenomenal movements. Now, Danny just coming out thinking that he's gonna backstab the players and just gave his position away, man. There's no way on earth I can really rationalize what Danny just did, but for IQ, getting that chicken dinner for this team is nothing short of something special, and I think this mad lad is gonna remember it for the rest of his lives.
Oh, most definitely. He's gonna be able to really appreciate that moment that he's able to clutch it out for his team, because it's not a moment that comes by so easily. It's something that requires a lot of composure. It's something that requires you to be on that front note, to be able to make it perfectly happen, as well as the fact that it was on day 1 of the Super Weekend. It's going to give his team a lot of morale and momentum and really belief in each other to be able to pull off things like this.
I think from here onwards, I'm going to look at better things happening with Quantum Rage, right? This was their first step at Glory. Now they've achieved that. They're going to play a lot more with a lot more confidence, with a lot more freedom, and it's just going to keep on getting better for them. But I think so far the competition has been really intense, with Freestyle taking again an early exit over here. So all these teams, once we take a look at the overall rankings, we'll clearly have a good, even better picture as to how closely contested they are. Now, SALTxi8, just before this particular game, right, they might have been one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, but hey, where do they stand? Right in the second page, right? So this is where they need to wake up and pinch themselves hard, do whatever necessary. Need to understand the fact that they need to maintain the right balance. Getting 6 kills is fine, but ending up in top 3 is even better with those 6 kills combined. And you never know. Now, once you make it into the top 3, you could potentially look at more kills and more chances at getting yourself a chicken dinner. So clearly SALTxi8 need to understand that now. I think Uzum is aware of it, but as we take a look at the damage graph, now QWERTY have brought themselves back into the game. They are still looking promising. S2E has been really looking good. 4V TFT, I think they have also been pretty impressive here.
Yeah, most certainly. I think, like you said, for SALTxi8 especially, that's something I can really understand, because when we get to that overall ranking marks, you're going to see very limited placement points and a huge amount of elimination points, really. 4V TFT, they've looked decent. I think this game one where they did fall a bit off the mark, mostly caught out while spread out all over the pitch, but that's okay. You can afford one unlucky game or two overall, as long as you're able to get consistently in that top mark. But you can see again how important that chicken dinner is, and this is why we keep saying it for SALTxi8, because Quantum Rage with that chicken dinner now leapfrogging all these teams to that second spot. QWERTY with that consistent second spot here, able to get themselves into fourth, and it's Team H2E that has once again really caught my eye, Fixes, because this is a team that didn't have the greatest of performances in the qualifier, didn't have the greatest of performances in the league stage, but coming into the Super Weekend, already third in the first 3 matches, they're going to be extremely proud of themselves.
Oh, I think they've outdone themselves. I think it's just the right start that they needed inside the journey in the PMPL over here, and they're gonna start feeling more and more confident from here on. But the teams that we need to be worried over here, clearly, Magnus, well, one of those teams that really came up with such an interesting prospect in the first two games of the league days. They were looking astounding, but ever since, I think we've seen that dip, and it's high time they start recovering themselves. F52X Rage, like the name suggests, they've been raging all over the lobby, but they're somewhere down the line. I really feel that they need to put a leash on themselves at this certain point. Need to focus a little bit more on the positioning points, and I think they're good to go. But for teams like TUF and the Grounders, now we've seen them from quite some time, and watching them, at the 15th and 16th spot kind of breaks my heart. But at the same time, I've been saying this time and time again. It feels really good so that the new names are coming up, the new teams are performing. Now you're talking about new things. Well, the next matchup right here over here, for the first time being played in PMPL Pakistan Spring 22, is going to be the map of Sanhok. Now this is going to be really exciting because we literally know nothing as to what the teams are going to be putting on the tables here. Now, the usual go-to strat with playing Sanhok right now in this disgusting meta has been about healing battle, which I think I'm pretty sure nobody really likes doing that, except from the teams that are actually doing it, getting their teams to maybe a top 2 finish. And on certain occasions here, I must tell you, teams have legit gotten chicken dinners just staying outside the zone and keeping, let's say, like around 40 to 45 first aids and just patching themselves through and through and through. They've won the games, man, and that sort of breaks my heart because that defeats the purpose of this particular battle royale that I so love and adore.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's where we can hope that Pakistan will show us something different and just show us that real bravado in their nature that is already there in Sanhok itself. It's a smaller map, so theoretically you'd assume that there'd be more fights, but I can understand what you're saying. I've seen it myself too. The healing battle, it gets quite frustrating, and I don't want that leaking into the Pakistan region. I don't want the pace slowing down because, like you said, while we've been surprised by how the way Superweekend Day 1 has gone, man, it's been really thrilling to watch as neutral observers.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been loving every single second of it, even I had my game go to a break. I still, was just hooked on to my screen, like every single thing, whatever is happening. It's so interesting, the way teams are approaching. But like you said, and we've got to agree on this, can't really blame the teams for trying to go for healing battles, right? Because now we do have a certain consideration on the line. You're getting a chicken dinner, you're ensuring yourself $500. Now, teams definitely are eyeing out for that prize money. And now I did hear that a little bit of a discussion around setting postures, right? And I completely abide by what Lakshya really said. All these players, they're pretty young, and they're full of energy, full of life. You can try out all possible positions in your bed, on your sofas, everything wherever you want. But when you get to my age, that is where you've got to start looking at the ergonomics of things. Invest yourself in a good ergonomical chair. Make sure that you're taking breaks during your games and just walking it off, ensuring your spine to be in pristine condition. But ladies and gentlemen, all that away, we are heading in to the rainforest of Sanhok, where I love to enjoy my pina colada as the flight path trajectory just heads on towards Camp Bravo.
Yeah, just quite a standard flight path. Of course, it's our first map here of Sanhok. So it's basically the PUBG Mobile gods saying, hey, let me see what you got, teams. I'm going to give you something very simple. Now you show us what you bring to the table. And this is where I think what's going to be especially cool is seeing where the drop contests really happen, because as far as PMPL at least is concerned, these teams don't have as much knowledge as to where the standard drops are. And as for challenging drops, you already saw that in the last Erangel, TUF and SALTxi8 going for similar drops. And for a second, I thought that might happen again, but no, TUF seems to be going for Bravo. But on the other side, 52X Rage and MetershotxSKY going for the drop right here near Paradise Resort.
You know, some early blood is what MetershotxSKY Esports are in here for, in contention with 52 Rage, who have just gotten down. But still, Zen, getting his team back in control, has managed to get the better out of one of the players. But still, he's just knocked, he's just bruised. He's yet to be going out of the game as Kathir. He's gonna deal some more damage as Faster gets taken down. But an instant response coming out of Daku, it has gotten more exciting than ever.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And it seems like at this point, really, for these teams, what we wanted is what we've got fixes from this map of Sanhok. We wanted that action early. We wanted that action to continue. And 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY most certainly look like they will deliver. Now Ash, he's in quite a precarious position. Gonna try to get himself to Kathir. Actually, no, he's running away from Kathir, so maybe just trying to help Kathir like become bait and help Kathir survive, but that is not going to happen. He gets shut down, and I believe, is that the elimination? Yes, that is the elimination of MetershotxSKY. Our first place team, also the first team out of Sanhok. Oh no.
Welcome to SalTxi8. Expect the unexpected in this particular matchup, and ladies and gentlemen, it's all right in front of you. Now 52 Rage, now they were not the ones who started picking up the fight, right? It was the other way around. MetershotxSKY did come out and well, I mean, serves them right? 52 Rage, Kathir especially just banking everything on that DBS shot. But if you could give it to how 52 Rage really approached it, right? In the last final lick of moment, he just prone down, man, and that is so absurd. Like, what are you gonna do when a player just prones right in front of you? But taking a look at things right now, okay, now I'm starting to have a hunch, because there is a high probable chance that circle is going towards the western side. Now this is where, again, CA, you and the viewers are going to be put under the spot. Ladies and gentlemen, give me your predictions. Do you think the circle is going to take that twist towards the western side, or are we going to see the action unfold on the central island? What about you?
Oh, I think it's maybe going to involve all three islands with a bit of a centralized shift with respect to this circle. So like the edge of all three islands potentially. I think I would love that personally. But right now, what we are going to see really in highlight is for all of these teams, those rotations towards the main island to try and get those high points to themselves, try to get those important areas for themselves. And it's going to become really interesting even in that regard, because that's something these teams don't have as much knowledge about, like the rotational tendencies of each teams. That's something that we are going to, of course, get to see for the first time here in Sanhok in PMPL Pakistan. So I'm really curious to see which team is able to predict that on the right note, like maybe either avoid certain teams' rotations or even catch them off guard and shut them down nice and early.
I mean, at this point, you know, of course, like you said, I completely agree. Because, you know, these teams have played against each other in the past, right? In maybe some third-party tournaments, maybe in some scrimmages. But this is where it all comes down, right? There's high possibility that MetershotxSKY knew that they're going to be contesting for Paradise, and they went up for it, right? They had a certain plan in mind. But what they were not really prepared for this year was for the fact that they were kind of too complacent, man. They managed to get the opening knock, they managed to capitalize on the fight, and they started going haywire. That is the moment where you need to understand that you know, Paradise Resort is a pretty big area. Now you need to understand the position of your opponent before you start making those moves. And them getting those early trades with 52 Rage was clearly not a good sign, and they should have understood that. They should have backed off a little bit, but maybe I think they were feeling the adrenaline of things over here with the way they've been playing, so that little bit of an extra confidence just amounting up to the factor that they wanted to contest it so badly clearly was the reason why they are not alive here anymore. But for 52 Rage, I think they did pretty well in terms of defending, because they were the ones who dropped off late, right? And dropping off late and still managing to win a squad fight. Hold on, as Daku is under tremendous fire as TUF decide to enter the fray.
Yeah, TUF, they want a chunk of this Paradise Resort for themselves, and 52x Rage, they'll be feeling the pressure, and we'll have to see fixes if they end up heeding your advice, what MetershotxSKY did not do. Because like you said, Paradise Resort, it's a big area. They can look to just back up, resettle themselves, because right now it's just two of them over here. And it's not necessarily a fight they want to be taking in general this early, because given the fact that the other two members of theirs are gone, like they're not even somewhere close by where they can come back, they're just gone from this lobby right now. For 52x Rage, it's just important to hold on. But in terms of holding on, they've taken a slightly different approach. They're electing to hide in these rooms and hope that TUF will just come in walking when they can catch them with their pants down.
Oh no, this is not good signs for 52 Rage, but they still have managed to get some value out of that grenade over there. Now the ideal approach should have been, CA, in this particular situation. The player should have gone for a crossfire, right? That is what you've got to do when you are just two players alive, and throwing a grenade gives your position away a little bit. They could have played with the element of surprise that they had. You knew they were coming your way, right? All they could have done is just position themselves quite opposite to each other, let someone enter through that doorway and just go full ham, right? Do not stop on your spray and just keep on praying and it will work. But wise decisions being made by TUF, finding a little bit of opening after they've witnessed some fire shots go right their way. But Clarity, hold on, they're in a pickle as they've already lost out on Dani, 420 boy, also bruised and bleeding, and will be taken down. And this is not good signs, as again 52 Rage, valiant effort in trying to keep themselves alive, have been eliminated at the 15th spot.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like 52 Rage just, unfortunately, not making the right moves right there. I 100% agree, Fixes. Either you just get away from that position, or at least you get a crossfire, so maybe you can find 2-3 members and reduce that numbers advantage to smaller. Maybe make it a 2v3, maybe make it even a 2v2. In that scenario, you can actually pull something off. But hold on, it's not over just yet in terms of fights, because we've got Sirius, our current chicken dinner holders from the last match, pushing forward onto 4v TFD. Now they didn't have the greatest of matches in match 3 Erangel. They were looking to pull it back over here in Sanhok, but it doesn't seem great so far. But a lot of utilities used just to slow down Quantum Rage, but not too much success, because Quantum Rage don't seem to have any intention of slowing down.
Oh, they certainly don't, and now, they're just gonna keep on charging, but Starboy could be that crucial element. But look at Sirius's position, right? He's stationed at the right spot. He's making sure that he has his teammates covered, but these smokes will help the players of 4BTFT to get their teammate back online. But one more grenade dropping at Leon's direction. If it explodes, then this is going to be so bad. But Dani making sure that he also will respond with a few grenades of his own. As 4BTFT, the right choice over here right now is just to back off.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see they're trying most definitely to get into cover, but what they're ending up doing right now, Fixes, it feels like, is not necessarily committing to running away, because they gave up this high ground that they have. They're now in the lower ground. They're trying to counter back onto Quantum Rage, but they're now facing a fight where they have compounds themselves, but they're against the run of the tide with respect to that height advantage. And Quantum Rage, because of this height advantage, they have plenty of options. They can continue on this fight, they can go for a slam in, or they can run away. But talking about fights, we've got one more for us, as 3x Esports, one of the teams right now in the lower half of the table, fighting against one of the teams in the top half of the table in freestyle.
Yeah, I mean, freestyle, I think they're falling down. And it's a free fall for them from what we've seen so far after that really one good game. I think we are yet to see much out of them. And, well, this could be one of those games that they really start living up. And considering how this zone is panning out, we're looking at somewhere down towards the southern side of Painan, right? Where the circle is starting to form. And Quantum Rage are in real good position for that. But 3x taking the fight right at where freestyle are. Wasi, he's been one of the most interesting prospects in the PMPL so far. Malik, just getting caught, but Ali not being able to put that end over there. But Cronus will find the better round of Wasi, as it's not going to be too much trouble being spelled out for freestyle, right? Still enough room and space to get that revive onto its Wasi, but one of those plays that they really need to watch out for is going to be Tyrant. Now for freestyle, it's going to be so imperative and so important that they get into cover, because if they're right out in the open, they're going to be susceptible to get sandwiched any moment here onwards.
100% fixes, and that's why they've got to make sure that they don't end up overcommitting right here. But talking about committing, FMxR3D, they're going in for the slam. Anubis has got himself into this compound, and he's making sure that Team Grounders, they don't go anywhere. Now Grounders, they have limited options right here. They do have a vehicle quite near them to try and get away, but instead they're waiting for the backup from their teammates, I'm assuming, because right now they are quite limited in their numbers. Now Sensi comes in, shuts one down, but immediately gets traded out by Pika, and this is going to be Q for FMxR3D to push in, but they were not expecting Shapatar to come in from the other side. FMxR3D, they committed to the fight. They wanted this slam against Team Grounders, but they end up losing it all. Team Grounders holding on strong.
You know, see, this is such a huge blunder being committed by FMR3D. They had just information on one or at the very maximum two players. What were they really thinking? You know, trying to get a push done like that, because you could clearly see, right, two players of the Grounders were on the right hand side, and they were the absolute key in completely just sabotaging their plans, their efforts of trying to get a squad wipe over there. And more than that, Anubis, on those individual skirmishes that he took, he exposed his bot so much. He took so much of damage, he could not do anything about it. Now that is not how you're gonna take duels when you're going into 1v1 situations. You've got to make sure that you do not expose much of your body. What he could have done was be a little bit more patient, would have let the boys from the Grounders come at him, and then could have easily peeked on, rather than going in head on in between the gap that we had, where he had to face against two players, took some massive amount of damage, giving enough time for the players of the Grounders to come in and help their teammates and win a fight. But Zibian seems to be the last of the lot from Team Clarity. You've got to see. Now, this is what I was talking about, right? They were so unaware, right? They were so oblivious of their surroundings that they absolutely got clobbered down.
Yeah. And it was very weird too, because in that moment, if I'm making the push on the little information I have, at least you're going to try to take the house for yourself, right? So then you can hold on, you can be the defensive party and force the other team out into the open. But they went for the slam, but they just ended up waiting outside because of that lack of information that you rightly mentioned. And Team Grounders, they responded beautifully to shut them down. Now we've got, I believe, two teams, actually 3 teams make that fully eliminated, and another in terms of Clarity almost done. Zibian is the lone member standing. So with respect to that fact, Fixers, we were wondering if we were going to see the action early or not. Well, clearly PMPL Pakistan, it has delivered in this Super Weekend, and it will not stop. Clarity also will join the eliminated teams as Quantum Rage takes them down, and H2E, they're looking to take a chunk out of SALTxi8.
Oh yeah, and already, you know, they have hit their toes and taking Blade down. I think this is where Uzum really needs to come out. But no, Crypto lobbing a grenade, and Uzum still just playing around the fences. But the question still remains, how long can they manage to hold that? Baz Coast falling down. Now this is a huge danger in for the journey for SALTxi8, especially in this matchup, because reduced to a 2-man squad, that is not the kind of a position that you would want to find yourselves in.
Oh, most definitely not, and especially with Hacker trying to move in all the way through. Crypto is finished off, and that will most likely be the end. Yes, that is the end of SALTxi8 as well. Fixes H2E shutting down SALTxi8, and with that, SALTxi8, I mean, there's no excuses at this point. I think they're going to be at the second page with respect to the overall rankings in this Super Weekend at the end of this match. So they're most definitely going to be feeling a lot of pressure because in this match they didn't even get any eliminations for themselves.
Oh yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? And for the first time, SALTxi8, a little bit of assault on their wounds over there, because they were not the ones aggressing this time, rather they were the ones holding. They did wave that olive branch. They were like, guys, we're just gonna play for positions. Let the teams come in, and suddenly out of nowhere, there comes a team like H2E who is really hot in terms of how they've been playing so far, and they just come out of nowhere and get that first knock. Now, it was all good and fine till then. It's still nothing, not the end of the world. What really started getting worse was when S2E really decided to go for the push. Now, this was a huge gamble for them because they did not have all the information available to them, but they still took it, and somehow they sort of succeeded. And these are the kind of mistakes, you're not supposed to make at this point. Completely giving your position away for what? Because let's just pretend for a single moment that Sensi 2 did manage to get the knock. Then what? You're just breaking the silence. You're just giving your position away. Now QWERTY have one more extra direction to look at, which Khan clearly will be doing from here onwards.
Yeah, exactly. And
oh,
lovely shift of the circle, especially with no team in bootcamp already. That bootcamp fight is going to become real interesting.
Oh, it certainly will. Now, what the interesting part about bootcamp is, majority of the bootcamp circles do not really end up at bootcamps. So, ideally, the position where TUF are stationed at, that has been the go-through case. But you never know, right? In the game of PUBG Mobile, we do not know where the circle will end. It all comes down to the mercy of the gods watching over us. But for now, for VTFT, understanding that the shift has been real. Now they've got to make those quick early movements. Now QWERTY, they do have that high ground advantage to themselves, which clearly means that they're spotting out every single movements being made. But Dread, in a bit of a dicey situation over there. Hakar needs to make that move, needs to get to his teammate so that he can get the rest back up.
And he's going to be able to do that right now. But S2E
should be.
They're going to be wanting to push on forward fixes. And again, like you said, bootcamp is quite interesting in that approach. Star, they've got themselves onto that area quite nice and early. And QWERTY, who are right now in the southern part of the circle, trying to do a lot of damage. But that's what I was thinking. They're just going to end up exposing themselves. Star take perfect advantage of that, shut a player down nice and early. Now the smokes will be set up. Khan should be revived, but this is what I mean. Like Sanhok is not like Miramar in that sense, where you have a lot of hills here and there, where you can afford to get up and look for those fights. No, in these close quarters, you've got to be very careful for when you get up and look for the shots.
What on earth was that? He just barely survived by a sliver. But for now, Quantum Rage, like you said, they've got to make a run for their lives. They were looking promising, they were looking good, but not enough against a team like Freestyle, where Spark just finds himself alive, the lone survivor for his team. But can the Wolf make it around? Spark finally having been spotted. Tyrant does have no intentions in stopping at all. Now, having that little bit of a high ground advantage, can manage to at least lob that grenade out, and very good response coming out of Spark's way for going in for that Molotov. Clearly not working out the way they had wanted, and Regicide in deep waters over here, quite literally as well as figuratively, as the grounders look to put them on ground.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about ground right now. A couple of teams still in this tiny body of water, trying to hold on. A Molotov thrown into the water. Surely that's not going to work, and it does not. But
no question physics.
Yeah. But hold on. Regicide players, they're caught while the other player can't shoot them. He can't definitely shoot. He's visible, but the crosshair is just not reaching them. Oh, finally it does. There we go.
Finally, indeed, it does. But now, at this particular moment, you can clearly see, these have been those new updates where you get knocked inside the water, you're still gonna stay alive. Still gonna wait for your teammate to get yourself back up as 3x Esports now find in a collision course against the players of TUF. Now TUF, I was in all high end praises for this team. They went in, conquered Paradise Resort. Now they find themselves in contention against 3x Esports, and Edgar seems to have gotten better out of Ali and will get the knock and the finish up, and it all comes down to Miracle. Now he has got to definitely pull out a Miracle over here to ensure that he keeps his team in contention, but very less likely to happen. Does not have enough first aids, but still is gonna go for a suicide run. Does manage to get one player. Can he get Virus as well? And most certainly had, but yes, gets a knock, and there's no chance on earth that TUF can get him back alive because it's the 5th zone closing in as Gravity. He's on fire. Gets not just one but two, almost closing out on the 3rd as Dani, he's gonna make a run for his life outside the circle. Goes for a suicide, did not want to give his position point away. It's all massacre happening right here in Sanhok.
Yeah, massacre indeed, Fixes. And amongst this massacre, we've got an unlikely team coming out as potential winners. Star is in control, but right now H2E, they're building on their positions with elimination after elimination. Now you can see in terms of the live ranking, we've got a number 3, number 4, number 8, and then 12, 13, 14. 3 of our bottommost teams surviving till this top 5 mark. Sanhok clearly a map of these underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you know, Sanhok has always been that map that sort of changes the tables, turns the tides, and, well, we've got to see what is going to happen over here, the final 4 teams, and it's just 22 minutes of play, and thankfully so, none of the teams have resorted to healing battles. Or maybe am I speaking just too early?
Potentially. I mean, I think...
we haven't seen enough first aids yet.
Yeah, it's very unlikely for sure, but given the fact that a couple of teams might end up going down to just 1 member or 2 members, like for example Freestyle, I believe I only have 1 member surviving. Maybe they choose to do that. Some beautiful shots from Destroyer will knock Sensei down as fights erupt again for control of that southern side. Now Star is the only team with some legitimate cover again, so they're looking very strong, but Team Grounders, they're going to shut down QWERTY as well. Star piling on with some damage of their own. Not able to secure any points just yet. It is just going to be placement points for them. They're not actually able to capitalize in terms of third parties from their position just yet.
You know, hey, a chicken dinner still, you know, comes down to getting 15 points, right? And just as we were speaking, in the blink of an eye, Team QWERTY just got annihilated. But right now, it just comes down to a 4v3 situation. And this is what I was talking about, right? More often than not, we do not get to see circles closing in at bootcamp. But for Team Star, well, the stars have aligned today. And they are having the better control inside the circle. But you never know. The next shift, well, let's see where it goes. But Star really want to close things down quick and early over here, as they're going to be charging in at Black. You know, having that one smoke at him clearly just gives away his position, as Usama is going to make a run for it. Hunk from the left angle. We've got Usama closing in from the right. Black still managing to get one down, though he's going to go suicidal. Still manages to get that finish, and Star are your winners of the game of Sanhok, getting themselves the winner chicken dinner, propelling themselves right up at the 5th spot. And this is what I was talking about, right? You do not have to be going all guns blazing to dominate and to ensure that you have a good footing, right? You've got to respect the circle, and eventually you'll find a lot of finishes. And I think it was just that one finish till the very end where they sort of out of nowhere managed to get 5 more. And this is the beauty of the final circles, right? You are eventually gonna get those finishes. Just hold on, ensure you've got all your players alive, and you're good to go.
Oh, 100% Fixus. And really, tells the tale about teams that are finding a large number of eliminations but not really necessarily able to find themselves in the placements. I think even if you go back to the league stage, one such team was Quraysh Esports, actually, which barely missed out on the Super Weekend, had a large number of eliminations but just failed to make their mark. But I'm glad when it came to our first Sanhok of PMPL Pakistan, we saw 3 teams from the bottom 5 teams making their mark over here, and really once again splitting it all apart after this day 1. I'm not sure how volatile the table is going to be given the nature of all these matches so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're all confused as to what is going on over here because it's been so turbulent over here. The drama, everything just calming down. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head off for a short little break. We'll be right back with the post analysis.
Go.
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it has been such an interesting affair in Sanhok. I think I can finally sleep in peace today, understanding that yes, the Pakistani players did not resort to that really disgusting healing battle, but Lakshay, apparently, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be celebrating his birthday tonight on the desk. How are you feeling about that, buddy?
Dude, I am absolutely elated with the fact that I'm able to cast the PMPL Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend right here of 2022 for Pakistan region, and it's my birthday. So yippee and on top of that, we get that Sanhok perfect gameplay being showcased, as you so perfectly mentioned. They were looking for a comeback story, and on Sanhok, we've seen that comeback story from so many of these teams, but the Grounders is the first one that I want to pick apart, because this team walked away with 13 elimination points in this game, along with a second placement point.
Oh, I mean, they were just insane, right? They felt like as if they'd gone nuts. And the way they've been approaching, especially that one little fight where they really held on to the ground against FMR3D, that really won my heart. Because, again, that was just FMR3D being way too much careless, not realizing, not understanding how to approach the fight in that particular manner. But still, I mean, given what the Grounders came in for, they got more than what they could have bargained, right? But
True.
for freestyle, finally saw a little bit of resurgence over there, a little bit of a stepping up from their side, especially Wasi, because this lad has clearly been impressing me. And, you know, if you take a really deep, close look at him, sort of reminds you of Jonathan from India, right?
Yes.
Quite a similar face. I think he's getting
The face
there.
cutters.
But
Yep.
yeah, but I really do not want to draw comparison between him and
Hell
Jonathan
no.
because it would be unfair for Wasi, because I would want him to develop or be, you know, budding as a individual of his own.
Definitely, dude, definitely. I mean, there's no two ways about it. You cannot start comparing players, but one thing that you can definitely do is look forward to a much more synergistic approach. I mean, yes, it's perfect that Wasi has been doing so miraculously well for the side of FS, but along with that, Mr. Black and the likes also slowly Malik, and you know, they need to 420 boy. They slowly need to just bring that again. We've spoken about all these players, but individually, right? Fixes. So what I'm trying to say is that if we can see that sort of a synergistic play, then maybe the league play FS could very well be showcased once again. But again, nothing taken away from them because it's just day number 1 of the Super Weekend. And looking at the comparison between Team Star and the Grounders now, both these teams deserve. Alright, deserve is not the right word, but I mean, they wanted these points. Based on the gameplay, I definitely would take back the deserve word, but they, based on Sanhok's playstyle, are I'm going to be rooting for them. I'm going to be rooting for the Grounders as well as Team Star as to what sort of a playstyle are they going to be bringing on this final map of the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I really enjoyed every second of Sanhok because there was not even a moment of dead silence inside the game, right?
Right.
There was action just happening everywhere around the map. You know, fights happening left, right, and center. But as we take a look at the match summary, it has been, of course, huge comments, huge kudos to Star. they've managed to get a chicken dinner, those $500 as well. But I think the grounders sort of overshadowed them with how they performed in this matchup, right?
Yes.
Six or Sensi, this duo is starting to look really deadly. But I think at the same time, 4v TFT, I think you would agree also with me on this, that they've been making a lot of huge strides, right? Especially
Oh, yes.
beyond this time as well, even in terms of overall standings, how they pan out. They've always been trying to maintain that right balance between their kills and their positions. So they're doing really well. But again, a huge reality check for all the big guns out here. QWERTY, R3D, SALTxi8, Regicide, MetershotxSKY. It feels like it's a whole different table. It feels like it has been tumbled over. It's upside down right now. It's just freestyle that have made it to that top 3 finish.
Well, that is what was required and quintessential for these teams, right? I mean, League Play Days was just to qualify into the Super Weekend, but now when it all matters, these teams are showcasing that sort of a playstyle. And I have to second you when it comes down to the conversation for H2E as well as 4vxTFT, because both of these teams, I mean, they have been making some incredible strides, some Jordan strides is what I would say, based on how they played during the League Plays as to what sort of a playstyle they've gotten set up for themselves in this first day of the Super Weekend. With that, as we move on through to the opponents right off the bat, I mean, 4v they are definitely popping off heads. Of course, they get caught off guard as well, but that's part of the game itself, and especially on Sanhok, you better get third partied or else you're not playing.
I mean, you've got to respect that 2 minutes rule, right? You've got to make sure you find yourselves in good cover. But I think the grounders, clearly they did not win the chicken dinner. But in terms of how they performed in the matchup, those elimination points really coming in handy, that they've been given that first spot in comparison with Star, who are right now getting the second spot, even despite the fact that they had the chicken dinner. So they just missed out on those couple of finishes extra that the grounders had to themselves. But for now, it was such an interesting game of Sanhok. Really set the mood in, really getting in that little bit of a change in taste, because with Erangel and Miramar, this is where teams sort of start building up, right? And then suddenly Sanhok comes in. It's like a slap at your face, right? It's sort of it completely changes the dynamics of how you're approaching the game.
True.
It sort of changes a lot of things. Teams have to have a whole different approach at this particular map, and this is where teams that aren't really doing well suddenly start dreaming, right? Now, you talk about Team Star, one of those teams that kind of started edging in, into the Super Weekend, and suddenly coming out in flying colors, getting a chicken dinner. I mean, this is what they were looking out for.
Yep, they definitely were. And with one more game remaining in store, we shall have to see what sort of a comeback story can we anticipate. I mean, we've actually looked at quite a lot of teams who've made some really good comebacks. And I mean, comeback on comeback is what we've been waiting for. And that is something that the Super Weekend could very well bring up too. Because final game is going to be played on Erangel. And on Erangel, all of these teams can dominate. There is nothing stopping them from doing so. But yeah, one thing when it comes down to the X factor that you showcase with the change of map, moving away from the usual Erangel and Miramar to Sanhok, I mean, it plays a very big trick with the mind, especially with the team synergy, and not necessarily the synergy, but the IGNing as well. All the two different maps, they allow you space to fan out, to create some sort of a rotation, to be able to push alongside from one edge and create a flank angle from another. On Sanhok, those strategies just completely go out the window because it's such a small map. As soon as you try and create those flanks, automatically you're getting flanked from a third party situation, which itself is going to get partied from fourth. So yeah, it's definitely a chaotic mess, but again, I mean, that's what we love, right?
I'm so impressed that you did bring this one out, Lakshay. Of course, I've been saying this time and time again. Sanhok is one of those maps where you cannot afford to have those really ridiculous splits, right? Even in Erangel, we have seen teams doing that 1-1-1-1. We've seen teams doing the standard 2-2, or we've seen the more usually brought up 3-1. But in Sanhok, you have to stay as a pack of wolves. You've got to stick to each other because there's no time to react, right? You get knocked, you have to stick on to the res. Otherwise, you're gonna you're gonna get bombarded, not just from the team that's in front of you, but from the teams that are around you. And you've got to make sure that if a fight sort of exceeds that 2-minute marker, you've got to run. You've got to, no matter what you're doing, because Sky and 52 Rage. What really happened? They went off against each other. It was a collision course happening. Then suddenly we see that Team TUF came in to capitalize. Now, the players of the players over there had sort of 52, the players of 52 Rage being a little bit what do you say, oblivious about the UF's entry inside the Paradise Resort, did kind of hurt them back. But taking a look at the overall rankings, Lakshay, of course, MetershotxSKY still, despite a little bit of a slip up, they managed to hold on the top spot in terms of the overall standing. Now, this is where teams like Team Star and teams like Freestyle gain a little bit of a ground back, gain a little bit of more position. And the same can be said for the Grounders. 6 points, 6 positions up just with this one game, and look at how closely contested this whole saga is. One good game and you're looking at a potential top 3.
Absolutely, and that is again something that takes us back to the conversations that we had earlier. This is day number 1, and on day number 1, all of these teams have the opportunity to be able to capitalize upon the fleeting away total points that are going away against them to their opponents. And again, if they're able to just bring it all down to the way the Grounders are playing, the way we saw Team Star play, the way QWERTY slowly but definitely solidifying themselves on that top 10 leaderboard, is all down to what sort of an approach and mindset are you playing with. Magnus had an amazing control of the way that they were able to manipulate situations and fights during the league plays, but somehow during this super weekend, I don't know, maybe it's gotten to their heads. I'm not entirely sure what exactly is the reason. But again, same can be said maybe for SALTxi8 as well. But then again, you always go back to that standard approach that no, it's just the first day, it's okay. But that's not going to continue for long, I don't think, for these teams.
Yeah, I think with SALTxi8, we do have those 18 finish points, still something that, they can take, they can go back to home with, right? They can sleep with the fact that, they've been the most aggressive team inside the lobby. But what's going to really keep Uzum awake throughout the whole night is some really some really heavy work that needs to be done in terms of the IGLing, in terms of the callouts, in terms of how they've been picking up fights. Maybe Super Weekend day one is always about you trying to settle in first, but I think for more than that, for SALTxi8, it has been something about making a statement for themselves, especially after that little bit of a setback during the league stages. They wanted to come in, go all out, all guns blazing, establish or rather prove a point to the world that hey, we're still the best team, and not just in the Pakistan region, but also one of the best in the South Asian region as well.
Right.
Now, this is a completely different style of a play we are seeing from SALTxi8, which is clearly, by all means, Lakshay, not working out for them.
It is not. It is definitely not. And therefore, I raised the question earlier to you as well. I mean, the known location that they've got, jumping down to the military base. I mean, you get comfortable. Once you start playing these tournaments and once you start getting the hang of, all right, this is our drop location. Now, the other teams know this is our drop location. So you take it to your stride, you take it to your head, and you're like, all right, we know that this is going to work. But when it comes down to these tournaments from one season to the next, what is going to make you stand out is not your strides, but the way you're able to change the dynamics, the way you're able to change the way that you're playing, right? Same team, same players, but a different approach altogether is what is required from the side of SALTxi8 to be able to outperform their competition. Because again, I mean, I'm looking at it, they go down to that military base, they try and enter the zone real late. As they do, they get popped off, they get rotation gets cut down. It's just not the playstyle that we anticipate. And then again, we know that they've got the firepower. We were looking at the numbers. They were looking at 12 elimination points with just one placement point. Come on, SALTxi8, you can do better than that.
Yeah, and considering, they've made a few changes in their current roster, you've got Ghost coming in, you're trying to find that top, the playing four, right? Who do you replace? Who do you put? Everyone being such a pivotal element inside the squad. But as we take a look at Erangel map chance, we do have clarity. Being on the top side of things, clearly just throwing that previous game away out of the window, the one game that they should have won. But once we enter into the battlegrounds, everything is going to change as we're heading into Erangel this time. The flight path heading all the way from Novoroipnoi towards George Paul. Now, the question still prevails. Now, ideal situation. So this is where I personally, as an analyst, feel the problem lies with SALTxi8, right? They drop off at military base. Now, when you're going towards military base, your approach to the game is going to be a lot more to be playing around the edges, right?
Right.
Now, every single time they've been playing around the edges, they have been a part of multiple fights. Now, that is where I really believe that that sort of a play style that SALTxi8 possess, they should start playing around the center. You know, maybe take that big leap and try to change your drop location, try to play around the center, because more often than not, we have seen SALTxi8, they've defended their compounds pretty well. But when it comes down to aggressing, they've done the job, but they've been prone to a lot of third parties, which has always been the case where they've fallen down, right? These are the sort of experimentations that you can take in the early days of Super Weekends, when a lot of teams are also trying out different things. So they've got to make some bold moves. The question just comes down to when exactly.
Well, look at Clarity. They're making bold moves right now. The statement being made as they drop down towards Very Pure, and their luck, the zone, getting themselves smack in the center. The grounders, of course, very close to their vicinity, but we know the grounders are going to go down to Primos, so that's absolutely fine. But yeah, I mean, the X Factor statement being showcased from the side of Clarity, where the flight path was down southwest, and they've had a wonderful split where two people have gone down up to Giorgio, and two of them have decided to, all right, just take a chill pill down at the center of the zone.
You know, this is more baffling than that is the circle right now. But yeah, I think this is one of those strategies that we've seen the global teams also implicate and implement, and that really working out. It's sort of a contingency plan, right? If the circle is around the Giorgio area, then they still have a better footing. If it comes down there, they still have ensured that they've kept that lighthouse, the most important compound right now inside the circle, safe for themselves, right? So these little bit of a gamble sometimes really pays off for the teams, but the question remains, how quickly can Team Wolf and his team get to being unified with each other? Because if someone realizes that they've gone for such a drastic shift, I mean, they would definitely capitalize upon that. You're going to take your chances at the odds that you have. It's a 2v4 situation, and Team Clarity will not like taking fights in that under those circumstances, right?
Definitely not. No team would want to. I mean, if you're down numbers as far as the advantage is concerned, then it's no bueno is simply going to be the end. But of course, if you do get yourself caught up in that sort of a fight, then again, you're looking at Wolf, you're looking at 420 Boy. These dudes have been so incredible and versatile, especially 420 Boy, right? I mean, we've seen him time and time again in just these 3 days itself, 2 days of league play and today, where he has been able to stand true and tall for his team of Clarity. So it is very much possible for the side of Team Clarity to hold that fort against, if at all any opponent does choose that sort of a playstyle. But in all of this saga, we still do have to see what sort of a playstyle will 3x be moving along with. They find themselves on the 16th position. I mean, we've seen this team, when they start popping off heads, they go absolutely abysmally crazy and get amazing amount of elimination points, along with the high fragging and a high placement game. But once it does not, when it does not, it just completely goes underneath them, and they're not able to capitalize upon anything. So this being the final game of the day, I want to see some sort of a resurgence coming in from the side of 3x as well as Magnus. As we can clearly see for Magnus, they are finding themselves in a very comfortable position in the comfort of the zone as well. But will it be enough though? Because time is ticking, and this being the final game of the first day of the Super Weekend, yeah, these two teams, they have to get at least 8 points.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, you would want to be in close contention to the other remaining teams, right? You do not want to be aloof from the whole lot. It should not come down to the fact that it's just too far away, right? Because considering these point standings, we have seen the battle get really intense. But all right, got fury. I think
got a bit furious.
Yes, got a whole lot furious and decided to end his own teammate down. And well, I mean, It is what it is, right? Who are
Mishaps
we to
happen.
complain?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, that's how the brotherhood is created as well, right? That's how trust is created in certain sense. Once you go through that pain of being betrayed in the battlefield itself. But, anyways, moving away from that situation, because again, I mean, nothing taken away from Team Star. Hey, they did get the chicken dinner in the previous game, so hooray, yippee yay for them! Even if they end up blowing up their own teammates.
I mean, yeah, I think it just comes down. They're just celebrating, right? They're just
Exactly,
celebrating,
exactly.
and God Fury just realized that it's not a cracker; it's a whole freaking bomb, and just blew up his own teammate over there. I think it's not gonna cause a lot of harm because I would have been really concerned had it depleted his armor and helmet, right? Because
Right.
they're so rare to find inside the game, but. I think there's one team that we really need to talk about over here, Lakshay, is Regicide. Now, this is one of those
Yeesh.
teams
Yes.
that was absolutely dominating the whole map of Miramar during the
Mm-hmm.
league stage, if you remember. And
Yep.
suddenly, today, they've been looking so off, as if, someone's just forced them to come out and play. They're just playing for the heck of it. Because clearly, if you take a look at the roster, it shows so much promise, it shows so much talent, which hasn't quite been reciprocated the way it was supposed to be. Especially, I was expecting so much big things from them, just the way they were performing in during the league stages. And I think this would be really important for them to also get a chicken dinner the final game and then gain back that little bit of confidence that they seem to have lost.
Well, one thing that I can add on to that, dude, is when it comes to the play being created, well, then we'll come back to that thought because right now we've got freestyles Wasi with the Scarel absolutely hunkering down 420 boy. Just the conversation that we were having earlier, the two-man split that has been showcased from the side of Clarity, will it be enough? If at all, Wolf and 420 boy do find themselves in a situation where they are going to have to take on a fight. Now it's freestyle. No other than Freestyle, who is all four players hunkered down in that compound against the two-man army of 420 and Wolf. So a pretty tricky situation. But then again, FS does not know that it is just a two-man army that they're up against. Well, they don't care actually because they're taking on fights out in the open against the players of Team Star, and Osama is going to be able to get away with no problem whatsoever at all.
Now Magnus does not want to be left out of the party, but look at that, Wasi, the Wonder Kid, finding yet another time for success for his team as Star just lay out round right out in the open. What on earth are they doing? This is absolute disastrous for them as Wasi not just gets the first blood, but is gonna get a lot more than that as Magnus from the back lines. They also want to be a part of the fight as a deal. Getting spotted
Wow.
and Wasi, this cracked man out there. Oh goodness, I really think that, my favorite player of Pakistan is gonna change really soon.
Well, if he keeps playing like that, of course, there's nobody to complain about that, mate, because this dude all by him lonesome stopped Team Star, both the players, pushed on and created a lot of pressure on Magnus' players, and behind down south is, of course, going to be the side of Clarity. So, this one dude all by himself, Vasi, he has had his crosshairs set up with so many individual players, and in doing so, they have definitely allowed the side of Clarity to have their teammates chime in along. So, 420 Boy and Wolf are no longer all by themselves. Dani and Zibyan join them along, and now it is going to be, of course, information given away to Freestyle, and they are definitely want to retaliate. But up top, up on north, is going to be Magnus. What is Magnus's position going to be as this fight starts off?
Oh, we've got to see because again Magnus, they've taken a really bold move, going up top, trying to get a little bit of a high ground, a little bit of an altitude. I think that sort of a position keeps you at the very epicenter of things, and we have seen the circle transition over there. Now, had the entirety of the zone engulfed the Sosnovka military base, I would have said the circle would have gone down south. There's no question in that. But since not the entirety was, inside the circle, so clearly it had to come down to this. It had to come down to somewhere around that lighthouse area, or maybe around the gas station. And now this is a position where SALTxi8 is really comfortable in playing, right?
Right.
When they're the ones around the center, they know how to play right and fine. And I would not really be surprised if they're the ones who come out of this getting the whole chicken dinner. And now this is where my fears had almost come true. But the players of Clarity have finally reunited with each other, because I think this is something that even you mentioned, Lakshya, that Freestyle are sort of oblivious about the fact that Clarity were just then a two-man squad over there. Had they known this, they would have easily just pushed on and could have gotten some early finishes over there. But right now, Clarity, they have we do see the unification between the players. Let's see what can they do from around here.
Absolutely, and they better do it quick, because we can see on the minimap very clear there's a team in pink very much around the vicinity, and that's going to be none other than Grounders, who seem to have found a footholding in the previous game. At this time around, also pushing on along against that same exact ridge that we do see Clarity's compound as well as FSS compound be around. So it is going to be a tricky situation for the side of all three of those teams. But talking about tricky, it is going to be R3G who are going to be able to find some shots against the players of TmwEFTD? No. For now, 4vFTD are going to move away from that position, will not be interested in taking the fight. And viewers, if you want to know where that fight was, that was towards the eastern front, right south of Pochinki, and Team QWERTY make an entry into the zone. So pretty much all the teams are now into the zone itself. MetershotxSKY playing their perfect approach as far back as they possibly can. Team SALTxi8 have already pushed on from the military base to try and get that bridge control going on, and very close to the vicinity. Of course, we do have quite a lot of teams, as we were just looking at. 3x is going to be around them, but very close around to that position is Magnus with the Grounders as well as Freestyle. So a lot of teams. Where exactly is this chaos going to begin is what we are going to be waiting, and in another minute or two we shall definitely have an answer for that. 16 teams still surviving with 63 players still alive 12 minutes into this final game.
Oh, it's just the re-silence before hell breaks loose, right? The calm before the storm, as they call it. Because, now all the teams, they're just finding themselves in a suitable position, right? They're all waiting. I think I really like QWERTY's decision for sticking around the edges, because they're waiting to where the next circle shift is going to be. Because now, just opting to go head-on towards Ferry Pier, and once the circle shifts away from Ferry Pier, it's so difficult to come out of there alive, right? So this is exactly what I was talking about. Now, somewhere down the line, Clarity understand that, Freestyle understand that they have to get the hell out of here. And the same goes with SALTxi8. Now, the moment they step out of their covers, you've got teams like Magnus watching out for them. Now, the moment Freestyle kind of step out a little bit, it's going to be the players of Clarity who are going to possess so much threat, so much trouble to them. So it's going to be really interesting as to how they decide to take a fight. But God Fury has managed to get the better out of Shapatar, as Mr. Black did try to come in to get some revenge, but did not succeed quite enough.
Well, Team Star definitely a two-man squad, but are yet not done. 2 versus 3 is the situation. Osama cooking that nade to perfection. Going to be able to throw that, and that should definitely bring the Zigzag down. But since this was a 3v2 situation, Team Star's Osama, even though he had a perfectly cooked nade, will not be able to give him the elimination point, as he will be eliminated by himself, and the Grounders will still push on forth after the revival is done. 3-man strong. 15 teams still surviving, and now, as Fixes did just mention, the circle has moved away. So a lot of teams are going to have to start refiguring and reorientating themselves based on how the zone is. Right off the bat, it's going to be 3x as well as SALTxi8, who find themselves in a very close proximity towards the eastern front of the map of the zone right now.
Oh yeah, I mean at this particular moment it's going to be so interesting, because Blade being the one just aggressing through, where on earth is he even spraying like that, whiffing his shots, not quite expected out of him, but still, the players of SALTxi8 making sure that they sort of compensate for that absurdness from Blade's side. It was purely unintentional. Maybe something to do with the gyro just did not go down. I do not know what happened, but Blade is a much better player than this. You know, he usually, on very rare occasion, you know, loses those 1v1 fights. You know, one of the finest players, I must say, from the region, has always impressed us. But you know, it happens to the best of people at the best of their days, right? Can't really complain. But SALTxi8, it's going to be interesting if they really want to contest for these compounds, because right now I still feel them holding the forest is a much better decision than them coming in for the compounds, because now with forest you're going to have so much of that extra little vision from the higher ground that you have, and again, for the escaping purpose, it's going to be easier getting away from forest than it would be from those compounds.
Absolutely, because again, for the compounds, if at all you've got your opponent surrounding you, then all the angles are blocked. There's no way you're going to be able to get away from that position. But absolutely, when it comes down to the place that SALTxi8 find themselves in, they've got this little shack, this warehouse, that they've got the cover of. Right next to them in the vicinity is going to be MetershotxSKY. And in all of this, the zone moves away, and Quantum Rage looking pretty comfortable. But viewers, all right, the minimap is gone. I wanted to take the viewers off towards the Western Front, where Team TUF and R3D, they have been so patiently waiting for what the zone is going to be doing, but not the case for the side of Regicide, as they bring the aggression to the face of their opponents, and that's going to be Team QWERTY.
Oh, a little bit of a personal battle going on over here, because of course Regicide do have Voltrux, one of the players who was just previously in QWERTY, right? His I do not know why, but clearly replaced with Gravity coming in. Such an interesting talent. Yet to see a lot out of him. But they know each other's little secrets. They know the dark desires, the way they want to play, the way they approach the thoughts in Khan's mind, right? Voltrux has been one of the old players. So clearly understanding, taking the fight right at him, as Mom2 will take a dig at the Grounders, as he wanted to take down Mr. Black for good. But Sirius just, performing a moon dance over here as they go on against Quantum Rage and just get wiped out as MetershotxSKY again, back-to-back early elimination for them. And now the second spot, the first spot is up for grabs, and it is Quantum Rage that took the fight. And now if they manage to win the game somehow, they're gonna be the ones who are gonna be ending the day on a top note.
They definitely can do so, but in the lobby, we still have SALTxi8, we still have the likes of Magnus, the likes of Freestyle, H2E for that matter. Again, I'm just naming names because there are so many names, and 14 teams still surviving, and we are 17 minutes into the game. So a lot of chaos and bloodbath is to ensue in a few minutes, because these teams are getting pushed against each other in the open now, thanks to the zone, and that is going to be absolute chaos for all of these teams. Freestyle on our screens as they try and make this open rotation, and they have clarity in their vicinity. As soon as they make that entry, they also will be introduced to 52x Rage, who are also taking in a lot of damage, and Vasi, you getting a bit close, but I guess they had different ideas, where indeed I did not see Mr. Black, but he was right there. And
he's a madman.
Yeah.
Oh, but look at this, Vasi just going absolute ham at every single player of 52 Rage, finally put to a stop by Zen. And this is where, this is the moment where you scream for help. Guys, I need you to come in instantly. But how do Freestyle go up there? And that's going to be so interesting if they can sort of manage to save Vasi out of harm's way.
I don't know, it's his own doing. It's his own doing is what I would say. I mean, Mr. Black and Vasi, they were just so very interested in taking on that fight, completely forgetting that there are other parties, other teams also going in the vicinity. And, 52x definitely took the advantage of that position. But now as we move on back to the conversation for SALTxi8, with all 4 players still surviving, they seem to be getting themselves in a pretty interesting position against the players of 3x, where they do have the comfort of the compound. But wow, what a perfect nade coming in from Blade is definitely going to be the end of Kaizen, as he has been knocked and brought down. Miracle has been brought down. Ali is the only man surviving, but not for long, says Blade, as that will be the end of 3x. And with that, SALTxi8 moving up in the world with 4 elimination points already confirmed for their side. 11 teams still surviving, 19 minutes into this game, 5th zone in the mid.
Yeah, and this was a textbook wipe from
Yeah.
SALTxi8, right? No questions at that. They realized they saw an opportunity, and they knew that there's no chance on earth they can get third-parted, so might as well go for it. And 3x again, a team that has been feeling the heat of the lobby, hasn't you know been able to show some really huge plays. So really, they would still need some time to get themselves back up. But Cairo doing the right job, right at the back seat of that buggy, getting that little bit of an elevation over there. It's a risk, but it's a calculated one, right? But just tapping through the smokes. We've got to see as to what really happens, because this is such an interesting open end circle, right? It all comes down to the vehicles that you have, how many players you have alive, how well split apart from each other you are, that sort of decide your fate in this particular game.
Well, three-man army from the side of the Grounders have definitely found themselves in the center of the zone, and with that we've got a replay being showcased where Quantum Spark was the man who was able to deliver a massive blow to MetershotxSKY's players, and in the end, of course, we did see MetershotxSKY definitely getting absolutely pincered down from that Quantum Rage push, and as he push on through to Magnus's Respect, who is out in the open once again. I mean, all of these players are going to be out in the open because the zone is such, but which team is going to be reigning in supreme? Again, like I said, the Grounders, the three-man squad, are finding themselves in the center of the zone. Not entirely sure what exactly is their plan right here.
Oh, there you go. Magnus finally finding a little bit of a resurgence over there as SALTxi8. They seem to be on fire. They have managed to take down one more squad, and they will find the Bedfro of 4v as FMxR3D. Now they're on a collision course against the players of Quantum Rage, as Pika, Anubis, and Shaw will be charging inside the compound any single moment, as Sirius was on really low HP. Those grenades being lobbed over will definitely flush them out of cover, as Spark getting out. Anubis on very low HP, still in contention though. Anubis finally getting taken down, but Shaw still alive, somehow needs to clutch it out for his team, as Quantum Rage somehow are still in control in this particular fight.
They definitely are. I mean, it is going to be Pika who has just been pushing on against the threads being showcased from the side of R3D. And R3D's players, well, this is looking tough luck, because Quantum Rage is not that easy to defeat. With a three-man squad that is left for Quantum, the health department definitely working in favor of Quantum, whereas for the side of R3D, that was not the case. And now Pika, the only man surviving, will not be allowed to stand on his feet for more than 2 seconds. IQ comes in and completely decimates FMxR3D's process in that. We've got 7 teams remaining, and H2E still surviving. SALTxi8 slowly but surely making strides in this game. FS Malik OP, the only man surviving for his team freestyle, is going to be Malik, and right next to his place is going to be Salt. So 17 surviving, the numbers advantage going once again in the favor of H2E.
This was the first time that we had the players of SALTxi8 entering into the 5th, or rather the 6th circle, with
so
4 of them alive. And just as we were speaking, one got wiped out, the other knocked out. So let's hope. This is one of those games where SALTxi8, they were playing to their advantages, but right now it has been taken away from them. They've got to travel such a long way inside the zone with so many players just gatekeeping them any single moment, as Pan has spotted out Uzum, but it's going to be Uzum, the IGL, really going big with that spray, rather. And now SALTxi8, now they're on the move. They're in pursuit to find a good spot. I think the Grounders is what they're going to be eyeing out for next.
Well, they definitely are. They've gotten very close to the vicinity where Blade and Ghost are going to be set up and going to try and take on the fight to the face of FS Malik, the final player who is surviving, but he is not going to be allowed because Blade will take that elimination point for himself. And now SALTxi8, as they push on through, Uzum has been brought down, so a 3-man squad has been brought down to 2, where Ghost and Blade are going to try and hold on the fort as they try and get the revival on Uzum. And once that is done, I do believe they're going to try and push on to the position that the Grounders find themselves in. But in all of this, Quantum Rage, from this small little compound that they've got, they are creating a lot of havoc, and Sirius is the man of the hour right now, who again we've seen in the league play days as well. This guy does not let go of an opportunity as soon as it is visible, and there you go. Mr. Black will definitely be eliminated to the sirens of Sirius, and that will be giving Quantum Rage, look at that, elimination points to 10 elimination points for the side of Quantum Rage, 9 elimination points for the side of H2E. H2E is a different beast altogether compared to league plays. I cannot fathom that this is the same exact team.
Oh yeah, I mean it's so difficult to digest, but this is the reality, and this is the kind of reality that I love to live in. You know, finding the new squads out there as H2E, Quantum Rage, Grounders, everyone's just being on fire as SALTxi8 finally put to a halt. But a good resurgence coming in from the side of Magnus Esports. You know, making sure being at the 13th spot, this game had to be so crucial for them. But clearly, considering how well Quantum Rage have been playing, I'm looking at them toppling over and maintaining that first spot. And H2V, now they've got the numbers advantage, but look at that zone shift completely going into the laps of Quantum Race. There's no chance on earth that they can lose this one. They've got everything right. You know, IQ having this little bit of a high ground position is going to spot so much of those movements, and he's going to put a stop to it pretty soon.
Well, there you go. H2E Hucker bringing down Jigsaw, and as he does so, what an IQ play from IQ Quantum Rage. He's completely going to pincer that down. Not going to allow that. But again, he's going to be able to bring 2 players knocked, and Sirius is going to be his backfall.
But it's all okay, right? He's still done the job perfectly fine. You know, Sirius will get that quick rest back up, and Quantum Rage have really made that early shift towards getting up on the top of the roof. Now, what H2E can do at this particular moment is secure that second spot finish. How do they do that? All you've got to do is make an easy entry inside the compound, and that's just about it. Let the other players, let Quantum Rage deal with Magnus, let them deal with the grounders. But Pan just proning down, inviting or rather creating his own graves over there. This could have been completely different for H2E, but it has been a completely different case altogether over here as Quantum Rage eyeing out for that chicken dinner. And once they do that, I think they're going to be so happy snatching the top spot, because it's just Jigsaw that stands between them right now.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, nothing taken away from the placement that H2V walked away with. Right now, we've got Jigsaw from the side of the grounders, who's not wanting to give away that point, that elimination point, and will definitely go down to the blue zone. But Quantum Rage, 17 elimination chicken dinner coming into the Smooth favor, pushing everything aside, jumping all the way to the top in the overall ranking with 32 points from just this individual game.
Oh yeah, I mean, what do we say from around here? This team, well, they've been looking so promising. I think the way they've been taking all those fights, right? I think the most important, or rather the most pivotal fight that they had to take was against FMxR3D, where they were where FMxR3D just went in again for another really blind push, which was again not needed by all means, Lakshay, but they still did that. I mean, back to back, the same mistakes being committed from their side. But Quantum Rage, hey, they were there to take it with open arms. They were so very well prepared for it, and every single time someone tried to push upon them, they had some the other answers to it. And the best part was how well they adapted, right? They were still banking on the fact that the circle will come down to them, and it eventually did. But that little bit of an adjustment they made to try and get their players up to the top of the building, that is something that the teams were not anticipating. And it was just not that one player, but the entire squad. And while all the action was unfolding in front of them, they were the only ones who had a proper concrete cover and were stealing so many kills left, right and center, ensuring they had so much points being taken just out of this one game.
True, that is all true. That is all so very true. I'm in mother's word altogether, but sheesh, I feel bad for the other teams, because I mean, yes, Quantum Rage, they had the compound working for them, but had they not, then things could have been complete haywire in that final zone. But anyways, nothing taken away from the entirety of the Super Weekend, because it was an exhilarating one. But before we continue on with our talks, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back.
Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
All right, I'm kind of in a moment right now, ladies and gentlemen, because Quantum Rage quite deservingly have taken that first spot towards the very end of the evening, and it's almost 2 a.m. right now, and I'm not asleep. I'm not feeling sleepy at all because
Nope.
every single moment, Pakistan region. I love this. This is what we love, and again, IQ. This man has been another huge revelation that we've found in the tournament so far, right? Quantum Rage is IQ, serious, and then you're looking at Wasi from freestyle. But let's not take the spotlight away from IQ, who's managed to secure 8 eliminations and 126 points of damage. Wow.
Wow, I mean 17 eliminations in total for the side of Quantum Rage, off of which 8 all by himself is thanks to IQ, and then comes his teammate Serious with 6 serious elimination points. So incredible duo these two have been from the side of Quantum Rage. As we move on through to H2E's Hacker, also holding his fort and ground steady for his team, eliminating 5 in the process, getting 919 damage dished out. And then comes in Uzum and Vasi from Freestyle and SALTxi8. So SALTxi8, a little bit of resurgence being showcased from their side as the day comes to an end. A little bit, not a lot. Fixes?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they can live with, right? They've had a pretty decent game.
Right.
First time ever that they've managed to keep all their 4 players alive, at least till the fifth circle, right? If not the sixth, they lost 2 instantly then and there. But the only big problem with SALTxi8 in that situation was the circle being their absolute enemies, right? The circle kept on going away from them to the point
Exactly.
where you can't really do anything about that. But Quantum Rage, look at this, right? They've been absolute. This is basically a picture perfect game that you could really expect, right? Look at the damage received and the damage dealt. The ratio is
Exactly.
being so very good, right? Shows that the players were under very good covers, which we could see clearly from all the compounds that they were holding on to. But it's again it turned into black and red as Quantum Rage have done it again, right? They've managed to keep everything to their name, just apart from that long distance elimination that they've given away towards Hakar, and they're not going to be cribbing about it. That's not something to be worried about. But I think with IQ, with Sirius in the fray, this time's MVP battle, Lakshay, is going to be so much more exciting, huh?
It is going to be close. It is definitely going to be really, really close, because every single day as we join in here to the Pakistan lobby, every single time there is a different player who is just completely outshining the lobby, and that is something that as the days progress on, we will definitely look forward to from other teams as well. But right now, it is definitely Quantum Rage and Serious IQ. I mean, these two dudes have been on top of all of those gameplays being showcased from the side of Quantum Rage. But is that going to be enough? Because, yep, you've made it, but it's a 3-day affair, and Super Weekend, it's all about making that consistent play from one game to the next. As we move on through to consistency, with that conversation, we need to bring up H2E, who have been very, very consistent throughout the entirety of this day number 1.
Of course, before heading towards H2E, I would like to make a little bit of a clarification. The most important fight for Quantum Rage was against MetershotxSKY. And them taking the fight right to them, because MetershotxSKY were the ones holding that compound. And they were the ones who came in, rammed in on towards them, took them down. They knew they were the tabletoppers. It's going to be so important for them to clinch that first spot, to take them out of the picture. And them doing that really helped their purpose. Now coming down to H2E, right? This is a moment where I think Assad did the right job, but it was a little too late, because before that, Quantum Rage almost literally did take down 2 of their players. And what they could have really done to ensure the second spot for themselves over there, H2E, was enter into the compound. Nothing short of it. But this is what it is, right? 17 elimination points, just 3 kills missed out from that 20k bomb. But 32 points is what they've taken out of this one. And H2E not far behind with 10 eliminations. elimination, 18 points. They might have been fourth inside this game, but they still have made sure that they come in second in terms of the overall points that they've managed to accrue in this particular matchup. But a similar sort of a storyline going in for the big names out here: Clarity, R3D, QWERTY, and Clarity. The moment I think Lakshay they made that redonkulous split, we really thought that they're up to something, but clearly it did come down to nothing at all.
Nope, it did not. Again, I mean, they're free to kind of mess around with it, at least on day number one of the Super Weekend. They haven't had a very sad day. They haven't had a really up and up day. It's been an okay day. Same can be said, of course, for MetershotxSKY as well. They started off really good, but slowly as the day progressed on, kind of went down south. Same for QWERTY as well, ups and downs through and through. But in all of this, consistency, if we are to bring in for at least today, it has to be H2E. It has to be definitely H2E, along with maybe the grounders who are trying to slowly get up on their feet.
I think the grounders have decent ground right now. I think they've done a very good job at the way they've been playing. I think it was very important for them to sort of make their presence felt. And I think now the team grounders are definitely a new name, but we still have seen them play in the past, right? It's not like it's their first time playing in the big leagues, right? They've done this, and it's just about finding a comfort zone, which I believe they've managed to do so. Now, it was such an amazing start for all these new teams, especially for Quantum Bridge, right? They've really impressed me thoroughly. Same can be said for MetershotxSKY, just barring those 2-3 games where they went down pretty early. So they've sort of been hit and miss for so far right now. They've got to try and find some consistency over there. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, there you have it, right? 79 points, and they've gotten ahead. And not just them, but it's going to be Team H2E as well, who's managed to take down MetershotxSKY. Now, Freestyle, somehow, they've managed to hold on to their fourth spot. But look at the grounders, 5 points up. And SALTxi8, again, courtesy to a really good game. Now, they're sitting at 35 points. They found some respite in terms of the placement points. But look at this, right? 26 elimination points. Fourth highest is what I can see from now. Had they had a few more position points, I'm pretty sure the elimination numbers would have even been bigger.
Definitely. I mean, is that a joke? 9 placement points compared to 26 elimination points. That itself tells the lobby, that SALTxi8 is not a team you want to mess around with. It's not a team you want to mess around with, because they're here to prove something. They moved in from the league place without a chicken dinner. They are here on the 7th position without a chicken dinner, and not even a 2-digit placement points, but all based on elimination. So that definitely infiltrates a little bit of a fear, maybe into the lobby, but again, that's not being delivered. But as we move on through to the page number 2, now this is where the teams that we see the names of were not anticipated, at least not for the likes of Regicide. I mean, 52x Rage, they had a decent run. Ups and downs they did have during league plays, but still, it was better than this.
Yeah, I think even for 4P look at how they've fallen, right? Just after the first 3 games, they were around that top 4 contestation. And after that, we haven't seen much out of them. But the biggest disappointment of the lot would be 2 teams. FMxR3D, one of the invited teams coming in inside the PMPL, find themselves at the 11th spot. They've been making a lot of bad decisions over the past couple of games, right? And the same goes with Regicide. Of course, they're a new team coming in. Under the same banner, we've got some new players coming up. But hey, the players are such big names, right? We're talking about Johnny, we're talking about Voltrox at the very least, right? Each and such an individual beast in their own manner. And for them not being able to show up, that sort of breaks my heart down. Then we come down to H52 Rage, who sort of have been following SALTxi8's footsteps, right? SALTxi8, they've gotten a lot of finishes. They haven't been successful in terms of the positions. The same is the case with 52x Rage, but just a few notches below. So for 3x Esports, again, this team still, struggling through rocky waters, looking to find their footing. But let's hope for the best for them.
Absolutely, I definitely will keep my fingers crossed for the side of all of these teams, in fact, that find themselves on the second page. But one more thing for the side of R3D is they are a complete opposite of what SALTxi8 are doing, right? SALTxi8 are working only towards eliminations and barely towards placement points. Whereas for the side of R3D, it seems like they're just solely working towards placement points and a little bit of elimination points here and there. So yeah, there needs to be a bit more of a balancing approach in placement points as well as elimination points from these teams if they want to be able to maintain that position, because otherwise second super weekend these teams are going to be out, new teams are going to be in, and yeah, they're going to be starting off from a back heel, and especially for the side of 3x as well as 52x Rage, I would say.
Oh yeah, I mean, no second thoughts on that. But I think so far, just summing up, day number one has been one of the best days in not just this PMPL Pakistan, but in the previous PMPL Pakistan seasons. Because I like it. Why? We're witnessing new teams come up. Earlier, it was
Right.
the same old story, right? It was just biryani being served to all our viewers. Now you've got so much to choose from, right? You've got tandoori, you've got malai chicken tikka. You've got so many teams. You've got a plethora of options to support, right? Earlier, it was the primary storyline was mostly around just I8 and QWERTY, right? These were the two big highlighted names. Now we have so many teams to choose from. But before that, the stars of today's evening, Quantum Rage, as we take a look at their statistics over here, Sirius and IQ have been showing some amazing gameplay. Spark has been one of those players who has been giving us some really good assists, to be honest.
Right.
And I think the Sirius and IQ are going to be the two players that I'm really looking forward to in the MVP race.
I completely agree. I mean, these two dudes for the side of Quantum Rage are the backbones of how Quantum Rage is able to just dominate against opponents. And again, nothing taken away from Spark or Alpha because again, we've seen Alpha as well as Spark making those strides, getting that information relayed to their teammates, and that also is a very critical role that they are playing to perfection. And that is the reason why we see the result that is being showcased from the side of Quantum Rage. With that, the map stats definitely favoring the side of Erangel. But then again, I mean, Erangel was played twice more than the likes of Miramar or Sanhok.
Yeah, I think, yeah, of course. I mean, nothing taken away. And clearly, I think Quantum Rage has established this fact that Erangel has been their soul food, right? It has been their comfortable
Yes.
map, and they have been looking really deadly, if not the same in Miramar and Sanhok. So you could clearly see that this team is showing a lot of promises, and rightfully said. I mean, you can still mess up your Miramar and Sanhok and still be on the tabletop because majority of the games are anyways going to be in Erangel. But here is what we were expecting: Sirius to be dominating, stands first in the elimination leaders competition, and with Wasi, they're on a tie. It's just the damage numbers and the average survival that sets Sirius apart. But IQ is nonetheless far behind. He's at 25. We do have 420 Boy and Voltrox also making his footing over here. So this is what I was talking about, right? Regicide having Voltrox is such an amazing player, but still not able to deliver. I think majority of the kills have come in the league stages because we are also counting the kills, the eliminations from the league stages as well. And Regicide was one of those teams that I think got back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in both the maps of Miramar. So clearly a team that has shown promises, but they need to understand in the super weekends it's going to be the Erangel games that matter a lot, because out of 5 it's 3 Erangels, right? So they've got to watch out for that a little bit as we move along. Malik, Helsi, Pika and Joker and Hakar also being from 6th to 10th.
Absolutely. And well, from the side of again, I mean, I don't really want to say anything because this is just still the early stages of the tournament. But on the second page, from the side of TUF, I mean, Joker right there, he can do a lot more. He can definitely do a lot more. I mean, there's something that is blocking the side of TUF and the playstyle that they were opting to earlier from what I've seen to what they are doing right now. It is definitely not the same team. But again, like I said, I do not want to say more because this is just the start of the tournament. And as we progress on along, from one day to the next, we can definitely see a lot of strides that are going to be made from these teams, as again, clearly instigated from day number 1 itself, right? League play days compared to the first day of the Super Weekend itself, nobody could have predicted this sort of result from these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you. And like you could see, right, Quantum Rage being just the better team in the 2 games of Erangel that they played. They were consistent throughout. They were getting there, and I think this entire day sums it up. It's been a Quantum Rage, MetershotxSKY Esports, H2E kind of a day, because these were the 3 teams that they dominate. And H2E, again, I think this is where we've got to talk. Now, they haven't been the team that has gotten chicken dinners, right, Lakshay? But they still have been one of those teams that has always made sure that they get enough finishes for them. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all of you guys can follow us on our Facebook, YouTube and our Instagram handles, and keep the Twitter battle on, #PMPL Pakistan. Show us all your love and support as we come to a closure towards the final evening, as we take a last glance through the Gladiators Arena, look at all the players over here and all the virtual fans, someday hoping to be a reality where we can cast amongst all you guys.
Absolutely, look forward to that day. But for now, the fans who are viewing, well, do not forget to support your teams, because as you do so, these virtual fans in the arena are going to be picking up those cards and showcasing that. So the more you spam, the more those cards are going to get picked up. And of course, you are the ones who are going to be delivering that love to your teammates, but to your team that you love. But like we just discussed, like Pain Fixes did just say, it does reach the end. But thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, we were joined in with CA as well earlier. We'll be back again tomorrow with the second day of the Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. Until then, take care. Adios.
Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग, पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग, मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक, दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय, बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई, टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस, हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस, लगी है पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling on a flop जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय, कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई, तेरे जैसे कई आए। I'm a queen, मेरा सीन, करे बात मेरी M16, नॉकआउट करूँ दिल I'm so mean, तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन, तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ, ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ, बिना चिकन डिनर, कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ, कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ।
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया, तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया, and you thought you knocked me out, मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया, एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू, 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू, मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ च पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा, लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा, गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा, मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल, कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा, बैकी है पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling on a flop जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं वाली।